Good morning. This is Ted Wills, President and co-founder of the North American Educational Initiatives Foundation. We want to welcome you to our fourth virtual North American Student Summit. The topic of our summit is student anxiety and student solitude, causes and solutions. And we have a number of students at the college and high school level throughout North America who will offer their insightful perspectives on these topics. We are very honored to have their participation. And without further ado, I would like to invite you to listen to our first speaker, Kathia Ortega, who is a Canadian high school student. Kathia, you have the floor.
So I'll be presenting Are We Informed or Exposed? What time is it? What class do I have next? Gosh, I'm starving. I wonder what the cafeteria has for lunch. These are just some of the things that would cloud my mind midway through class while zoning out. Now, it wasn't because I found the subject uninteresting or the teacher particularly boring, more so the fact that I found it more difficult to concentrate. And I soon realized I wasn't the only one. Friends around me felt the same way. So I decided to ask a simple question. Why does concentrating feel more difficult these days? And for the record, I don't think this is solely about focusing. I think it's connected to something that many students feel today, constant anxiety and a strange kind of loneliness, even when we're surrounded by groups of people. And at first, the answer seemed obvious. Distraction, overstimulation, constant sound, constant noise. But little by little, I realized that if you think about it, how many times do you eat a snack or a meal in front of a screen on a daily basis? Exactly. Meals and snacks used to be moments of quiet. Now there's that waterproof speaker and Spotify. We have speakers and Spotify for showers, podcasts for running, music for walking. Little by little, we've clearly removed every moment where the mind used to have time to wander. And when the mind doesn't have time to wander, something important begins to fade. Not just our creativity, but also our understanding. However, this didn't happen to us by accident. For every time we reach for our phones, every time we filled up that silence with another video, we were making a deliberate decision to do so. So the real question becomes, are we truly informing ourselves or simply exposing ourselves to the internet? Now, don't get me wrong, there are small ways to push back. Practicing mindfulness, meditation, taking a break from the screens, these things all create brief moments in a world designed to fill up every void of silence. But they are just that, brief or temporary solutions, if you will. For if we truly want to reassess why it is that we feel so much anxiety and regain our human agency, we'd have to rethink about how we interact with technology itself. That same day I was zoning out in class, I noticed adults around me see something interesting. Generation Z is too sensitive. But I can't help but disagree. In fact, I go so far as to state the obvious. We're completely desensitized, totally numb to reality. I mean, think about it. We scroll past crisis, conflict, tragedy, memes, and dance videos all on the same screen at the same speed. Have we even had time to process it? Not to mention the huge toll that this takes on our minds. Because our brains work on two systems. One meant for deep focus and concentration, and the other for daydreaming or passive consumption. So the more time you spend on one system than the other, the harder it is to switch back between the two. This would explain why students like you and I find it so hard to concentrate during class, for we're so used to staying on this daydreaming mode that we have while scrolling on our phones. The historian Yuval Noah Harari puts it best in his book, 21 Lessons for the 21st Century. He states that in a world flooded with information, clarity is power. So the issue isn't that we lack information, more so that we no longer know how to interact with it or to search this flood of information for survivors. So the real question becomes, Are we going to let this remain the same, or are we actually going to do something about it? Now, my goal isn't to convince you all that technology is evil. More so to restate the fact that as a species, in our pursuit of technological progress, we may be forgetting our most fundamental human needs, like having time to be bored or to sit with nothingness and silence, even the joy of not being reachable by anyone. So what if these moments of silence weren't quiet but essential for our own mindfulness and dealing with the anxiety that we experience on a daily basis? Like walking outside without headphones, eating without a screen, showering without that waterproof speaker. Boredom wouldn't be something to escape. Instead, it would be a signal for curiosity, an outlet for creativity and understanding. So what if instead of reacting immediately, we would pause? Instead of sharing immediately, we could question. And instead of being endlessly exposed, we could become intentionally informed. Because right now, being constantly exposed doesn't make us more aware. It often makes us more anxious and more passive at the same time. However, right now, the system encourages the opposite. It states keep moving, keep scrolling, and don't look back. However, this kind of rewires how we take in the world around us because we are so self-centered and caught up in our own world that we no longer ask that person on the bus how they're doing or ask that friend if they're actually okay. Because that would require being uncomfortable and putting yourselves out there. It would require time, attention, and so much more. All things that the attention economy or our phones take away from us already. However, what people don't think about is that this creates a huge scale bystander effect. Because when we see catastrophe, when we see conflict, when we see issues, not only in our everyday lives, but on our phones, we think someone else will act, someone else will do something about it. So we don't, nobody ever does, and nothing ever gets done. However, there is still hope. For we can encourage our world to create initiatives to design laws and incentives like they had in ancient Rome, create third spaces where people could come together and build ideas as one instead of constantly being pinned up against each other. Instead of being constantly monopolized and taken advantage of by social media, we could actually do something meaningful and become informed instead of being completely exposed like we are constantly. However, there is one thing that would remain the same. Our brains have already adapted to how easy it is to absorb information without understanding it. Our neurons have begun to fade and our networks have kind of begun to just stay in this default mode of consumption. And at this rate, all this talk of being the generation to do the good and be the change will be in vain. However, there is hope. As the brain is plastic, like we've mentioned, because of neuroplasticity, it can be remolded and rebuilt. Debating rebuilds, reading rebuilds, understanding, learning, and actually evaluating why things are the way they are, why there are conflicts in the world rebuilds. So what if the true reward for regaining our human agency wasn't just understanding, but also freedom? Freedom to think, to act, and to question. So with that, I leave you with a rhetorical question. Will we continue to passively consume or actually do something about it? Because in this day and age, the most radical act of rebellion isn't protesting in the streets. It's thinking for yourself. Thank you.
That you would deliver an awesome presentation. And we are very, very impressed Kathia is from a Canadian high school. And we are very pleased that you were able to participate. We are now going to hear from Sergio. Is Sergio on the line? Sergio Villegas? Very good. We can go to Abril Gonzalez. Abril, I see you are on the line.
Yeah, I'm here.
Are you ready, Abril?
Yeah, just give me a moment to...
So Abril is another high school student, although she is from Mexico. Thank you, Abril.
Yep, just give me a moment to open the camera and I'll presentate it. How am I able to just presentate the camera? Um, are you able to see my presentation?
There it is. Thank you.
Okay, so well, as Theodore will said, I'm a Mexican student, and today I'm going to talk about like Mexican versus Mexican students because at least in Mexico, the anxiety doesn't start in classroom; it starts at home. Though the home is a topic that we will touch upon later, because in fact I'll tell this as a chronicle because I like to think my day truly begins the moment I step out from the door. It starts on the bus or in the subway, where anxiety begins to settle in among the crowds of people who, with any luck, will only crush me and not touch me in an innocent way. Here in the presentation, I left like some statistics. The presentation it will be most statistics, so if you want to check it, but I'll keep explaining. So the thing of the subway is very complicated because it becomes not just from school, it's like infrastructure, but it gets along with school because if you have to do from 2 to 3 hours to school, you are taking away time for sleep and you're taking away time for study. So I'm going to talk about what happens when we arrive to the classroom. And I can imagine myself in the shoes of each one of my classmates. And I can be Chuchito or I can be Juanita, imaginary individuals for now, who will serve as case studies representing the typical Mexican student suffering from anxiety. To do this, I will apply the Jorge Portilla perspective. He's a philosopher. And it will be specifically regarding about social whitenesses, that in Spanish is blanquitud. So first, in the case of Chuchito, Chuchito has brown skin, just like 52% of the Mexican population who identify as having darker skin, according to the INEGI. When people call him prietito or color cartón, that is wet cardboard, he takes it as a joke. When his grades drop down, he's busy joking around or skipping classes. He thinks it simply doesn't matter. What he doesn't realize is that right there lies the Mexican anguish. According to Jorge Portilla, in the phenomenology of relajo, the moment Chuchito decides to make a joke or to stop paying attention, he is reflecting the devaluation of seriousness values presented to him. It's not that Chuchito is being rude or being lazy, it's that Chuchito doesn't know who Chuchito is. He was always taught to pretend of being Mexican, but when somebody mocks his skin tone, that that pride about being Mexican breaks. His identity is fractured by his skin color, by the public transport he takes, by the mint green that his house is painted, his way, sorry, or his non-Western features. So for me, the worst of all is that Mexican students' our greatest goal is often to escape around country. As Samuel Ramos suggested, the Mexican can study philosophy, psychology, or Western thinkers, but he cannot apply them to his life. This is because an individual's identity is like completely linked to his context, to their context. And Chuchito's context books doesn't like align in nothing to his reality. Yeah, that was about Chuchito. Um, but how does anxiety like enters the picture? In the context of school students like Chuchito aren't facing an identity crisis that are channeling that tension into their activities. In the best scenario, their families have the economic means to provide sport or art classes as an outlet. In others, they might find safety in a circle of friends. However, the part of Mexican students this path leads towards vices, when the weight of not belonging becomes unbreakable. Many turn to obstacles to numb the noises, the substance to numb the noises. According to the Encodat and recent updates, From the just theoretical reports, approximately 35% of Mexican students have consumed alcohol excessively in the last year, and drug experimentation among high schoolers has risen to 50%. This isn't just like partying or like some fun way to do something. It's a desperate attempt to self-medicate a nervous system that is constantly in survival mode due to anxiety. So now we're going to talk about Juanita because she represents the other side of the relajo, the desperate clinging to norms. Juanita doesn't mind staying up to 2 a.m. to finish an assignment because she seeks the safety of external validation. She knows her teacher will praise her hard work, unaware that her circadian disruption and chronic sleep deprivation are actually symptoms of generalized anxiety disorder and maladaptive perfectionism. Beyond the classroom, Juanita identifies with viral stereotypes like wife material or woman of value or the trad wife. These labels often force her to suppress her own identity and sexuality in favor of conservative performative values. Juanita dreams of finishing high school to live on a farm with goats, yet she expects the farm to have modern luxuries or like have air conditioning, high-speed internet, and full utilities. She fails she fails to realize that this tradwife idea is an imported aesthetic that is chronically impossible for the vast majority of Mexicans. According to the INEGI, only about 1.2% of the Mexican population belongs to the upper class, while the middle class makes up roughly to the 39%. For the rest, lifestyle of domestic leisure is not a choice but a structural impossibility. By clinging to these foreign, no-hegemonic ideals, Juanita is committing what Jorge Portilla would call a betrayal of her own reality. She's choosing Steve seriously over authentically rejecting the vast diversity of the Mexican experience to fit into a digital model that wasn't built for her. Um, We could spend hours discussing student anxiety through the lens of common factors like bullying or academic burnout. However, we must ask ourselves, can the very identity of being Mexican can be a source of anxiety? The classroom is not just a place for learning facts. It's where identity is actually actively shaped and negotiated. It is the primary workshop of the cell, yet this identity based on anxiety extends far beyond from school walls. It's permeated our daily lives and even our political landscape. This is a profound crisis of belonging that has been largely ignored. It manifests in the way we speak, the way we consume, and the way we govern. Yet it remains invisible, weight in some shoulders, in the shoulders of every student. Before concluding, I would like to address one final space that is where we were supposed to start, that is our home, the house. Um, sorry, it's like it's almost impossible to discuss student anxiety without addressing domestic violence in Mexico. This is not a rare occurrence, it's a structural shadow. According to the INEGI, 70% of women and girls have experienced some form of violence, and thousands of adolescents are treated annually for physical and psychological abuse within their own family. This from 2025. This violence is inextricably linked to economic precarity. In the context of a student's life, anxiety manifests through parental pressure, presence, or the lack threat of it. Often swings between an obsessive controlling supervision that starves the student, or a total hollow absence where the student is left entirely alone. So to end this, I would say that in our country, education is technically free, but the opportunity to study is not. When domestic conflicts or financial crises erupt, the right to education is the first thing to be sacrificed. Personally, while I may not suffer from domestic violence, I know at least two classmates who were forced to drop out of school because of it. The violence triggered the economy, and it also like dropped their grades, but I think it's not the worst thing that it could happen to them. Like rates me like the last thing in the list when we think about they can be suffering anxiety, they can be suffering any physical violence, and I think their their safety and their health is important, more important than any other thing. So, to end in Mexico, for many of the high achieving student like stereotype is a luxury they simply cannot afford. And that's all. Thank you for your attention.
Now I forgot with Kathia, and now with you, we need to have the questions from the participants and the attendees. So let's start with April. Now, April, let's see, is there any questions for her based on this presentation? We have 3 minutes. Just, you know how to work these things. Push your button to raise your hand. In the chat. Any questions for April about Mexican society, how it affects the women especially? Anybody? Oh, here, Kathia. You have the floor. Go ahead, Kathia.
Hi, I'm not really sure how to turn on my camera again, but I was just wondering, like, would you say that the government is doing anything to help students with their anxiety so far?
Just a moment. Let's see if there you go. Can we give Kathia the screen? Let's see here.
Oh. Oh, okay, wait,
There
I got it. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I will say that yes and no at the same time because I feel it's usually like for president campaigns they start doing those type of things. They start giving like becas, like scholarships, and they may think that that reduces anxiety, but it actually doesn't because it just gives money to people like to decide where they can like give it away, and it can be in like things we can say, or also it can go in alcohol or other things. Also, a lot of times schools are like next to a bar or to a like a park place, so it's not that functional for the infrastructure. And also, um, this was a recent thing that Claudia Sheinbaum did, is that she made the exam that we usually take to get inside a high school. Like there will be no more exam, and you will just get to the nearest high school to you. And even if that like lowers the anxiety of doing that big exam, because it was like the biggest stress of a high school student. Well, before high school. I don't think it's like pretty great because schools usually have like especially like they have their special thing, no? Like one goes for technology, one goes for arts, and if you just get the one that is nearest to your house, maybe you won't get like the education that you're willing to have.
Thank you. So Eric Jarkin Torres has a question. Eric, are you able to see you there?
Yes, sir.
Very good, Eric. Go ahead.
I have a question. So, how often are you faced with anxiety, and what are some ways or things you can do to help just reduce that anxiety, especially with students?
So Eric is a university student in Houston.
Well, I usually face like anxiety. Not it's not that regularly. I have managed to like overcome it, and what really helped me was doing a little aquarium at my house because it made me like having to take care of something that doesn't talk, doesn't make any face of pain or happiness. I just have to really pay attention to what's happening there. And I think it's the thing of having a little ecosystem, not just like there, it's just taking care of it and like having myself like ready to do it, like having myself in order to be able to do another thing for other things or other persons has really helped me. And yeah, that's it.
Thank you.
So Anthony De La Roca is in the attendees. He has a question. Anthony, are you able to enter? He asks about students in schools. So does this apply to students at all schools?
From all schools in Mexico?
Yeah.
Well, it actually depends because there are public schools and like private schools. So usually there's is like a mix. We can say like it's completely divided because usually private schools offer like scholarships, and it's really good. Not because like private schools, like public schools are bad. No, they are pretty good. Like UNAM is one of the best universities I've like ever seen, or I have read studies from them. But it's something that is present. I can't say in all students because everyone's reality is different. Like talking base about the statistics and also about my classmates' experience. I'm going to say like something. It's usual that I get to school and my father usually takes me to school, so I don't face regularly the problem about the metro. It's just when I want to get to UNAM that it's pretty far from where I live. But it's regularly some of my friends, like girl friends, they tell me about like bad experience they just had in the morning, and it's like it's 7 a.m. and you already have been harassed in the bus, or you have already been harassed in the metro. So even if I can say like, oh, I've heard like all the girls from school say that, almost three in my classroom have said that, and I don't feel like that might be a reality for most of the girls that take public transport.
Excellent. So there is a difference between the small number of people who go to private school and the very, very, very large number of people who go to public, which it's a very, very different situation than Canada and the United States. Now let's go to I know there's someone in the chat. We're trying to help to give a question to Abril, but
Hi.
in the meantime, oh, here he is. Okay.
Hi, sorry, my thing wasn't really working. It like kicked me out and then let me rejoin. It was a great presentation, by the way. I just want to ask, like, being in like the schools, like you talked a lot about like the issues that you guys have to like face. Like, what do you think is like a way that you can like combat those issues? Like, do you think the students can like create like programs to combat them issues, or do you think the school just has to be more like not lenient necessarily, but like accommodate the students' needs?
Okay, so like another time personally from the experience I've had in school, one thing that helped us a lot is just having like this like political mini classroom, because we usually don't have any political like class. It's usually just like the normal topic like history, math, Spanish, like what is considered important, but we usually don't learn nothing about politics. And the thing is that what we noticed in this little class we made with like two professors is that school is just a like a little simulator of the big world, and they usually say say that to us, but they think of work or they think of, I don't know, like having a boss. But when we talk about like the rules that rule our day or life, we usually are just like, well, things are this way and we can do nothing. But because we don't know what we are able to do, we don't know how to do a, in Spanish, this is a pliego petitorio. That is basically where you ask for something to the authorities. And we didn't know how to do that because we never had like that in a class. And I don't know if that's usual to have in like in a class in other parts of the country. But at least what helped us is to know that we are able to do things, to ask for things, um, because it makes us know that it's a problem, no? That it's not just a common thing or the usual thing. Like knowing that it's a problem here and in any part of the country makes us able to do something, and being capable of doing something, I feel it reduces the anxiety of just being like there and standing and receiving like all the trash it comes and saying like, oh, this is normal.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. So now let's see if are there any questions for Kathia?
Yes, I do have a question.
Thank you, Rebecca. Rebecca
Yes.
is coming in to us. She's an Italian student at New York University.
Yes. So you mentioned different reasons why students might feel anxious, including social media and technology. So I wanted to ask, how do you personally set boundaries for yourself and technology use, or have you talked to other students about this? Have you helped them with it? So I just wanted to know your overall experience with your peers. Yeah.
That's actually a really great question. And speaking of that, I'd say that in my school, a big thing is stress with academics. So we kind of use social media as a way to escape reality in a sense. But then while doing so, we are faced with so much, like we're just exposed to tons and tons of information that we don't really know what to do with. So in my school, we actually have a club that's called the Random Acts of Kindness Club. It stems from the fact that of wanting to do good and stuff like that. So you would think that the only thing we do is organize like, oh, like food drives and clothing pickups and stuff like that. But at times we also like sit down and we think of like all the bad in the world. We kind of just like open up. It's kind of like a group therapy session in a way, but it's really just like a heart to heart with my peers and I. And I would also say that I wouldn't say that the school necessarily implements stuff to help us deal with our anxiety, which is kind of them slacking on their part. But there's also guidance counselors that we can go to. But if we're talking solely amongst our peers, I would say that during classes like ethics and stuff like that, we can often have group discussions. And sometimes we do get sidetracked and we just start talking about how we see the world and our mental health. So there's that.
Thank you for your answer. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that discussion. Now let's see if Kaylin Dennis, who is an American student in Florida. Are you ready, Kaylin, for your presentation?
Hello, yes. I am ready. Just give me like 20 seconds and we'll be good to go. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, perfect. Beautiful. Bear with me for this 1 second. I'm back here. Share. All right, beautiful. Can you guys see my screen?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, perfect. Thank you guys so much for being here today. My name is Kellen Dennis, and we're going to be talking about analyzing the contemporary causes of student anxiety and solitude. I would like to put my own kind of swing on it if you guys don't mind. Whereas I'm just going to give my own background. Once again, my name is Kellen Dennis. I'm a first year FSU presidential scholar. My major is mechanical engineering, and I come from a low income background as well as a first generation student. This also means that I come from a predominantly black high school, Blanche Ely High School from Pompano Beach, Florida, Broward County. These important facts will be very like essential to the presentation I have going on here today. It's going to be very straightforward, but the main agenda here is we're going to be defining anxiety and solitude first because it might not appear the same for everyone. Afterwards, we're going to be talking about a bunch of different pressures. This comes from academic pressures, financial pressures, opportunity pressures, social pressures, and outcomes. And the purpose of today's presentation is to inform you guys about these issues and at the same time ask you guys to find how these issues may affect your lives or the lives of some of your other peers and friends. So let's begin. First, defining what is student anxiety and solitude. Student anxiety is the constant fear that poor performance will lead to losing time, opportunity, or belonging. Usually, when we think of student anxiety, we may think of just a kid stressing out or pulling out their hair or freaking out. But it really doesn't really have to be like that. Those might be examples we might see in cartoons, examples we might see when we're children, the first things that pop up in our heads. But it really isn't just that. Some of these forms of student anxiety include the constant comparison and self-evaluation of oneself, feeling anxious or guilty for sleeping or not doing much, and also toxic forms of perfectionism. There are 24 hours in a day, and honestly, we are human individuals. Sometimes we barely get that 8 hours of sleep we want. Sometimes we don't even are able to like get through a simple checklist of 3 items. We're human, and that's perfectly fine. However, student anxiety causes us to feel guilt, to feel horrible about the fact that we can't do these simple things just because we may not be functioning properly. At the same time, student solitude is intentionally created by isolation, whether it's caused by peer pressure, fear, or even more comparison. This may become working alone or staying quiet all the time, maybe losing time to socialize due to overworking, and feeling like your friends or family don't understand your situation. For my high school students in the audience that may be planning on going to university in the future, you may understand that it's going to be a big shift in your life, as well as the fact that you may feel as if that there's a lot of people that just don't even understand, even the friends you make in university. It's going to be a grand shift, and honestly, you might not see. It's very easy for people to just tell you, hey, it's going to be okay, or hey, you got this because you did X, Y, and Z throughout your time in high school, middle school, and so on and so forth. But it's not that simple. So first, academic pressures. What I first want to talk about is weed out culture. Weed out culture is the idea that even though we all came here at the same time to get a degree or to get a diploma or whatever the objective was of our education, not everyone's necessarily going to make it out. As a mechanical engineering student or a STEM student, I've been in many classes where it's not just simple 1 plus 1. It's some crazy equations, whether it's from calculus or differential equations or thermodynamics. And ultimately, when you study your best for a midterm and you get your score back, you're not necessarily so happy. Weed out culture makes you feel sick. I know like in a study with like 800 like STEM students, a lot of first generation students really reported that they felt really high feelings of imposter syndrome. If you're not familiar with what imposter syndrome is, it is the feeling that you do not feel worthy of your position. You do not feel worthy of the area that you want. You believe that all your hard work means nothing because you constantly compare yourself to your peers that come from different backgrounds and have different stories that you don't truly know because you may not know them that well. And you honestly feel that kind of way. And this also leads to more solitude. You always end up really branching out and really kind of trying to avoid other people. And you're always setting high, unrealistic expectations for yourselves. You take heavy exaggeration. You take like 10 very difficult classes and you expect yourself to get A's in all of them, as well as try to get a billion service hours or so much more and so forth. And that's just not realistic. And these academic pressures keep on hindering down on all of us. Next, financial pressures. Scholarships sacrifice step and feel of wasting opportunity. Scholarships, you might think of them as happy as first. You might think, oh, I got X X amount of money to go to college, and that makes my life easier. But there is some pressure behind that. Not all scholarships are just simple give me outs. They usually have a requirement. Sometimes the requirement is a 2.0 GPA. Sometimes the requirement is 20 hours of service every semester. And depending on that requirement and depending on your course load, you might feel additional stress because it might be more difficult to weigh in on. Me personally, as an engineering student, I used to get A's all the time in high school, but they're not as easy to obtain anymore due to the harder course load and course rigor. And it's more stressful for me because when the GPA does fall down, I worry if I'm able to keep the scholarship that is able for me to help me go to college, especially when my parents don't really have those financials within them. There's also sacrifice debt, which is the concept of the fact that your parents or a parent or whoever was your guardian has poured in so much effort into you. And it doesn't necessarily have to be in the household. It could be your peers or your community. They've supported you so much this whole entire way for you to make it out or become successful as a person of color or a person in any sort of minority community. And you feel like because they sacrificed so much for you, you have to keep on pushing on. And we'll get into this more because this is gonna all tie back into a fear of wasting opportunity. You feel like they spent so much time on you, they invested in you. This was your goal, your purpose since day one. And now you feel as if you do not do these things properly and you make these same mistakes and you just waste time, that you're feeling like you're wasting opportunity, all from just a single dollar bill. Opportunity pressures. We have survivor's guilt, success for your community, and the fear of wasting opportunity. Again, yes. Survivor's guilt is the concept where you feel like you made it out of a not ideal situation and you feel guilty because of it, because you feel like you might not have been the one to deserve that kind of purpose. Usually when we think of survivor's guilt, we think of simple life or death situation. For example, horrible plane crash happens and you're the only survivor. You feel survivor's guilt because of that. Maybe you shouldn't have been the only survivor, but survivor's guilt comes in different forms in different ways. Me personally, from my high school, Blanche Ely High School, yes, I was a very successful student. Yes, I was very fortunate and grateful and blessed to receive the benefits for me to go to college full ride. But at the same time, I always feel survivor's guilt because there are many peers that don't even get the chance to graduate. There's peers that unfortunately pass away before they make it to 18 in high school. Even if they do graduate and get their diploma, there are peers that are ended up working in the same like low level, horrible label jobs that are like very low wages and ultimately just continue this cycle. I don't really believe that we've really made it out as a people. That's the survivor's guilt that I feel. And it may feel different for you if you feel it forms to that. Success for your community. You are constantly, as a person of color, always supposed to represent your community, and that is not even by choice at times. So when you are constantly pushing yourself and keep on trying to do your greatness, and once again, we tie back to previously when we're talking about wasting opportunity, you feel as if that success for your community has to be the case. You will throw everything about yourself. You'll be selfless in a very toxic sense that will require you to really push yourself and stress yourself out a lot more. And these are more pressures that come for opportunity. You are given this chance that not everyone gets, and you know the depth and the severity of these pressures. So it's your goal to make it out, and that is a very stressful thing. Social pressures. We have many here. We first have masking your struggle. You might not want to look like you're struggling in college because people might not trust you. People may laugh at you. You might don't want to come off as a persona, especially if you're a lot more successful in high school or in your past. Being one of the few demographics and spaces. If I pull up the FSU pie chart, the truth of the situation is that all students are Black, and especially in fields like STEM, percentage lowers and lowers. So just the idea of being the only person of color, it once again is going to tie back to some of those earlier things where we talked about opportunity and financial. You're going to just feel singled out, and that's going to not make you feel so good. Also, identity balancing. If you don't know already, as an engineering student, I go to the FAMU FSU College of Engineering. FAMU is the number one public HBCU, historically Black university in college. And honestly, when it comes to that, there are more complexities when it comes to dealing with identity, from not feeling Black enough or not feeling like you deserve this spot or not feeling like you have enough struggle. And that creates more conflicts both mentally and socially within oneself. Productivity culture, again, this is very similar to weed out culture. And I'll tie this also into social media comparison, where we are feeling in a time where Even though we always have 24 hours in a day, it always just feels shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter. And the main thing we have to take from this is that we feel like we have to always be constantly doing something every single second of the day. And it's horrible because you feel like you can't even sleep right. You feel like me sitting here, I should be like typing up an essay or something. And you're always being compared to people online that don't even mask or show their bad features. You only see their successes. You only see how a 5-year-old made $1 billion within one day. You need to understand that it's not very important to compare yourself to others. And finally, let's talk about the outcomes. Always the first one is burnout, which is just feeling mentally and physically uneasy and unready to get work done because you have stressed yourself too much and you've always had that motivation and you never were lazy to begin with. But because you all these stressors added up and now you're less productive because of that. We also have more physical stresses and health decline. We have many forms of you just maybe getting headaches, getting sick more easily, possibly even breaking bones. I've seen it happen. It's really unfortunate. Your health might be getting worse. You might start eating poorly. You might be stressing out more. You might be crying some more. Variety of things. You're playing it too safe at times. You might feel like you are destined for so much more. But the issue and the thing about college is that not even college, just life in general, is that you're kind of made to take risks. You're made to go above and beyond. You're made to not really do too much. If you keep yourself in that one box and you keep yourself comfortable, you're not really making yourself the best you're out to be. And while that is okay for some people, that might not be good for others, whether that's your own growth, maybe it's that growth for your family, your community, and so much more. Very similar to earlier, I won't talk too much about this identity crisis. You might not feel like you're Black enough, you might not feel like you're smart enough, and you feel like you lose that sense of self that you hopefully will regain. And you honestly should not be tying any form of identity to any sort of metric or quantity. That should be something you find within yourself. And finally, the worst thing of all, sabotaging and betraying your own peers and friends. What I found through my time ultimately is the fact that, well, me personally, I think I'm very blessed at FSU and FAMU that we don't really have that culture. But there's many other schools that kind of have a more toxic culture where you are personally putting down other people so that you can make it out or you can be a lot better and you can be a lot more successful. And really, that is just not the ideal. And then the worst outcome out of all of this that you do not see on the slide is this constant feedback loop of negativity. All these outcomes here are going to always come back from these social pressures that are always going to come back from these opportunity pressures, financial pressures, academic pressures, and it's going to keep on going on back and forth just like that until you understand where you're really at in your life and you really build yourself up to become something even more. Thank you guys for your heart and ears. I understand that might not be so many images, there might not have been so many statistics, but the really point of this conversation is to understand that this is a situation that many students feel, not just at the college level, but at the high school level, middle school level, elementary school level, maybe not even in college. At the first place, you might not share the same complexion that I am, but I can promise you there is at least one person in your life, or at least one point in your own life where you have felt these similar situations and issues. And it is up to us as a people to really overcome these issues. So once again, thank you guys so much for having me here today. And yeah, that's about it.
Galen, what a excellent presentation. And as I was listening to you and the other speakers, I am thinking that all of you should think about creating TED Talks based on these presentations. They are so good. All right. Don't think about the 8-minute thing because the 8-minute thing can handicap you because you want to meet you feel like it's a horse race. But these presentations can become a very important accomplishment for you. As it is, we are going to try, as soon as we have some more funding, we are going to edit them independently so that you will have access to them for your own careers. And but also think about using this as the base for a TED, what is it called? TED Talks, right? And my name being Theodore, I have a very personal connection to TED Talks, but that was a joke. Anyway, so let's see any questions for Kaylin. Any questions in the chat?
The one from the Zoom user, feel
Yes.
free to ask.
Hi. I thought your presentation was very well. Like, it definitely really resonated with me because I'm also like a first generation student. So, like, based on that, like, do you think nowadays colleges are like, I feel like sometimes as like a first generation student, like, I have like sometimes like less opportunity and I have like a lot of like a hard time trying to like find opportunities. So, do you think now like colleges and just like high schools in general are like more understanding of that and like making opportunities more accessible or kind of going in like the opposite direction?
I mean, to give my own point, and maybe this is just because of me being from predominantly like black area, and then now me, even though I'm not in that area anymore, I do have FAMU, the HBCU right next to me. We are really big on first generation communities, especially with FSU and their care program. As a whole, though, at least I would say for America, I would say yes, there is definitely, it's always been like a big like point. We're really helpful with that. You always will find your community. Opportunities, it really does depend on your school or your university. If you feel that way and you don't feel like there's much change, and I would highly recommend finding that community because I promise you it is there and trying to see if you can make the change in that. I hope I answered your question because I felt like I went in like a little bit of circles right there, but um, ultimately, yes, I do believe that there is a lot of opportunities, but I can understand that there are some situations where there might not be so much, and it's very important to fix that.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Um, yeah,
Thank you,
Prince
Kaylin.
Easy.
Did you want
Uh,
to add something, Kaylin?
oh no, I just got two more questions, so I thought I was still
Oh
like
yes.
answering questions. My bad.
Prince Easy is at Dartmouth College in the
Mm.
US. Prince?
Yeah, a great presentation. I just thought I wanted to ask, do you think that being an international student, like that perspective, do you think that changes any of your major talking points or impacts it in any way?
Yes, I would say 100%. I'm not an international student. I'm a second generation immigrant. So my parents were born in Jamaica and migrated here, whereas I was born here. But 100% for sure, it definitely like kind of strengthens a lot of the same issues that I kind of mentioned, even because the main thing I found with international students is that the first of all, you have a significantly harder time even applying to colleges in America. You don't really, you have different metrics and test score systems that it's harder for us to really use to like invite you. And then even then, I found some of the most talented and skilled people. I've heard stories from people from Asia where it's like they are most definitely qualified to be here 100%. But because of that barrier, they unfortunately don't get it. So I can definitely see that sentiment, like if anything, being a lot stronger like with all these different situations. And I'm happy that you mentioned that because it's once again goes to my point in saying that you do not have the same, you may not have the same background as myself, but you understand that with these same topics that I'm sharing, that you can find it in some shape way in your life affecting you as well. So once again, I appreciate you adding that conversation. I love the fact that we were able to talk about international students as well.
Yes, and we will have a couple international students participating. Thank you, Kaylin, again. And Prince Easy, it is your time for your presentation. Thank you.
All right. Um, get ready to my screen here. Might try to share my screen. Can you guys see the presentation?
There it is.
All right. So, similar to our previous talker, I'll also be doing causes for student anxiety and solitude. To start, my name is Prince Easy. I'm a current Dartmouth College senior. I was going to study biomedical engineering. Uh, I was also I'm born in from Bronx, New York. I'm also have Jamaican parents who immigrated to the U.S. as well. Um, Future aspirations to manufacture medical devices or become a tissue engineer in the future. Again, our central question will be, as a student living in the United States, what do you think is some contemporary causes for student anxiety and solitude among your peers? I'll have three major answers to this. The first one being imposter syndrome. Imposter syndrome is you believing that you are not as good as you think you are. You are consistently belittling your achievements or anything that you've done. Um, a feeling that you don't belong here. In the context of college and school, it's sort of your achievements of getting into college was undeserved, leading to this thought process leads you to believe that your peers are better than you, which this in turns into a downward spiral of negative attitude and projections onto other people. Basically, it makes your it impacts your social interactions with other people because you're going to have this consistent chip on on your shoulder, believing that, oh, this person thinks they're better than me. Whole time you're just projecting that feeling onto them. Another another aspect to imposter syndrome is an economic gap between you and your peers. Personally, going, a lot of my peers come from very wealthy families, and that can, when they're hanging out or they're talking about, their summer plans, you're probably thinking, well, you're just gonna go to work, while they're thinking they're gonna go on vacations out of the country and things of that nature. That can feel isolating. That can make you not want to talk to your other peers. Another aspect to this is the unrealistic expectations fueled by social media. Again, social media, you only see the success, you don't see the build up towards those successes. So that could be very deliberating in you not wanting to. You'd feel like you're not doing enough given your time, even though you're still. Most of us are still very young and still have time to develop into our own individual successes. The second uh, aspect of this is a cultural shift. I know that a lot of people, at least for me, I came from a more predominantly Black neighborhood and coming into a more PWI, predominantly white institution. I know that shift can be difficult. A lot of times you're coming into college, you find yourself in newfound independence. Your parents are away. They're not looking after you consistently, learning and adjusting to a different culture. This could also be very difficult. Uh, Again, as I one of my previous questions, from an international student standpoint, that can be even more difficult because you're adjusting to a new country's culture, and then you're adjusting to a subgroup of that culture in that institution. So I know that could be very difficult in day-to-day interactions, a lot of miscommunications, and that could contribute to a larger fear of not wanting to talk to people and isolating yourself. Lastly, the pandemic. A couple years ago, we had on March 11, 2020, for probably for 3 years, people were staying inside and not socializing. I know that this really impacted a lot of my seniors and a lot of Gen Z, or a lot of my peers, my current generation. A lot of people never got to grieve the loved ones they've lost during this time. A lot of people had trouble adjusting from staying inside, talking over Zoom rather than talking to like people in person. This really stunted people's ability to socially interact with other people face to face. Because again, these years, during that time, a lot of people were in high school, a lot of people were in middle school. And those are very pivotal developmental years where people make mistakes during social interaction. Now you're an adult, you're in the real world, you're faced with real world challenges. So now you're coming in with more of like a stunted um, social ability, which that can be very uh, isolating. Just want to talk about a little bit of my experience with this topic. Um, Coming to Dartmouth was a very huge adjustment. Again, I came from a more predominantly Black neighborhood, and now I'm coming to more of a predominantly white college, where not only is there not a lot of Black people, but not a lot of people of color in general. I know in my first year, um, I was very reserved, very I wouldn't say scared, but very introverted. But as the years went by, I realized that I should take that risk, take that risk, and take that extra step to put myself in a position to interact with people. Things like going to the library more often, studying in more public places rather than my room, things of that nature, joining extracurriculars, joining clubs, talking to my classmates and starting conversations more often. I think that really helped me, really pushed me past like no longer isolating myself. And I think that's a really great way to combat this. Like, again, fine, but at the same time, you don't want to like overdo it. You don't want to uh, try and overwork yourself because you don't want to overcompensate, knowing that you're afraid to socially interact, but you don't want to do a lot of stretch yourself thin because then you won't be able to do what you want to do. So again, you want to find that golden ratio, as Eric Osterholz mentions. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Prince. And do we have questions in the chat or among the group for Prince? John Blue has a question.
Hi. So that was a really good presentation. But I noticed that you're the first person to bring up the effect of the recent pandemic that we had. How would you say that it serves as like a greater cause for social anxiety? And would you say that students like us who were going through those developmental stages of high school and middle school have been affected by that?
In terms of a greater, I would say it's an extreme cause. Because again, you go from I don't know like how like when you're in the classroom, you're able to like talk to a lot of people. You can't really like you have to learn how to operate in a public space. But during those developmental years, you're just in your room, chances are you have your camera off, and you're whether or not you don't really have to deal with the, I guess, scrutiny of the public eye, so to speak. Um, so I think that was now you're going from that environment to now an environment where, everyone's looking at each other, everyone is next to you, everyone can see what you're doing at all times. I think that's like a huge adjustment. And, it wasn't very gradual. Like those 3 years passed by very quickly. So I think that would had a greater effect. Yeah, I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, John. And Kevin has a question.
Yes, Prince. So first of all, I'd like to say great presentation. Second of all, if I'm not mistaken, you said both Jamaican and you also said fourth year biomedical engineer, which that is not easy at all. So and that was no play on your last name. So hey, congratulations on that. That's some mad respect coming as a first year mechanical engineer. I think it's very interesting that we have very like kind of similar backgrounds in a way, and at the same time, what's you come from Dartmouth College, which for those who don't know, Dartmouth College, Ivy League university, that's not an easy feat as well. But at the same time, a lot of your situations that I've mentioned in my own presentation are, in my opinion, well, I'm making an assumption a lot stronger. Your weed out culture is probably stronger because I feel like FSU and FAMU aren't as competitive as that, as well as the fact that there's very other situations coming from a strictly PWI space, predominantly white institution, compared to the shared HBCU and PWI space. So my ultimate question is that given, and it's probably a two-parter, how are there any truths and like maybe stigmas or like any what are your experiences pretty much of like kind of the competitive nature, and are there any truths or stigmas that my presentation or just other various topics that other speakers have mentioned about this topic? I'm making this too long. Long story short, do you believe if there's anything truthful about my presentation at the same time, and at the same time, do you believe that there's anything like kind of like false or like any stigmas or perspectives that could be like broken from that?
Yeah, again, yeah, we do have a very shared background. Again, similar Jamaican parents immigration. Um, as for your question, yeah, I would say there is like huge weed out problem, except ironically enough, it's more the other departments, not really present that much in engineering. In engineering, the classes are very difficult. However, the students help each other. They help each other a lot. There's various amount of programs here in Dartmouth where there's a lot of upperclassmen mentorship, and their students are encouraged to work together. Well, I say encouraged, but it's more like after you deal with the difficulty of the class, you have no choice but to help each other, I guess, so to speak. The competitiveness, from what I've seen, is more present towards the econ department. That's where people are like, "Oh, I'm not going to help you. I need this more than you." They have like me over the general body type of behavior and stigma. Um, so I do think that your presentation did confirm a lot of stigmas and biases. It's just that Dartmouth is a bit of a unique case where, at least specifically for the engineering, you will get a lot of help with a lot of mentorship. The main problem, main issue is that you don't know where to go to. You don't know where to find these resources. So that's a change that we're looking to fix. I hope I answered the question.
Thank you very much, Caitlin, for the question. Now with Chris Lazu. Did I say your last name correctly, Chris?
Yeah, it's Lasu, Lazu, Lazu. That's how you. So, Prince, by the way, it's an awesome name. But your presentation was really meaningful and it was really great. I just had a question about you mentioned how you had to adjust to a new environment, coming from a first generation family, and I just wanted to know what kind of resources or aspects did you sort of absorb and that helped you, sort of shape your identity and your purpose and find the real fitting to that environment, if that makes sense.
Um, honestly, I want to have like a very profound answer. Honestly, I got very, very lucky. Um, what really helped me was my first class, literally my first class, there was, another Black male student. He was also first generation, and we kind of we became friends after that, after realizing that, this journey wasn't going to be very, it's going to be very difficult. We're still friends to this day, and we kind of built like a friend group of like a lot of us first gen um, students, basically. So that's what really shaped my identity here in Dartmouth, helped me get more into extracurriculars and things of that nature. Another was my family. We have very tough, I guess, values in regards to education. So that's what also helped me stay steadfast in making sure I finished this degree and, stay on the path to be successful. Um, I hope that would give you a little insight.
Great answer. Good luck.
Thank you. What a great interaction of comparing similar experiences, similar challenges, which even with the different people in this meeting may be different kinds of people, but have the same kinds of echoing challenges along those lines. So the next presentation from Eric Jarkin Torres, who goes to the University of St. Thomas in Houston.
Let me share my screen. So, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Eric Santiago Jarquin Torres. I'm very glad I am able to speak on this subject because I seem to have a good experience on both isolation and anxiety. So, as you can tell from this beginning presentation or this introduction, we'll be talking about the contemporary causes of both student isolation and student anxiety. So just a brief overview of what we will be talking about today. I'll give an introduction to who I am. Then I'll be talking about my college experience, the definition of anxiety, the causes for anxiety. Again, we'll dive into the definition of solitude, causes of solitude, and what to do. And then lastly, just to summarize the key points and key takeaways. So a little bit about me. My name is, again, Eric Santiago Jarquin Torres. I am a sophomore studying accounting at the University of St. Thomas. I'm a first generation, and if you don't know what that is, it's just basically the first person in your family to attend college. I'm originally from Oaxaca, but I immigrated to the US at the age of 5 and lived in Houston, Texas for basically my whole life. In my free time, I like to dance and I like to go out and eat with my family and friends, especially Mexican cuisine. Now, my experience as a college student. So, my freshman year of college, I actually moved out of town and went to San Antonio and attended the University of St. Mary's. And that transition and adjusting was very difficult, especially since I hadn't been away from my parents my whole life. I've always been close to them and have a strong relationship with them. So just being away from them, even if it was just a couple of hours, I think it was really tough and I had a lot of adjusting to do. There was also those barriers to language. Again, I'm a first gen. I come from Mexico, so it's very difficult at times to speak the way we're taught to speak in America and to speak with, again, industry leaders and students at my age. Again, with being first generation, you feel like you're not smart enough, especially in the field of accounting. You feel you're in a room, in a classroom with a ton of students who seem to know everything about accounting top to bottom. And then you're just sitting there like, oh, like, I just don't understand this. And that could make you feel like you're not smart enough. But in reality, you're in that room and you're all learning accounting. So or whatever degree you want to go into. And then lastly, just feeling out of place, Uh, Thankfully, the University of St. Mary's is a Hispanic serving institution, so I wasn't completely alone. It was predominantly uh, Hispanic people who um, attended the university. And then lastly, pressure of trying to fit in. I feel like there's this trend going on, especially in Gen Z, where we try to fit in first instead of trying to figure out who we are as individuals. Me personally, I identify as a Roman Catholic. Going into St. Mary's, it was a good starting point because I was straightening my faith while also pursuing a degree. And the last 3 points would be feeling like I'm behind. This has to do with me having to transfer out of St. Mary's University into the University of St. Thomas. During that transition, I ended up taking a semester break, and I feel like that helped me prepare to continue my education because it wasn't just a feeling of like, oh, like I'm studying for my parents and I'm studying just to get a degree. But now it's turned into like, okay, I'm pursuing this degree. And why am I really pursuing this degree? Like, what do I want to gain out of it? And the reason why I'm pursuing a degree now is for my brother. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to study a lot. Um, and I just wanted to show him that it's still possible to go back to school and pursue that degree. And then just wanting to be perfect. Sometimes when I'm writing essays or doing any type of assignment, there's that pressure of wanting to be perfect. Like this has to be perfect. Like this, I have to add these words. I have to look for synonyms and such and such. But in reality, like I'm wasting too much time and I'm becoming more anxious of wanting to seek that perfection when literally there's not nothing in this world that is perfect. And then lastly, something I learned this semester was stop taking control, sorry, of the future. Especially as a spiritual person, I feel like I want to take control of my future a lot. Like I want to do this, I want to pursue this, I want to go this place, I want to go that place. But in reality, just stop taking control has helped me reduce a lot of anxiety. So now, what is anxiety? Anxiety, according to Wendy Grolnick, in an interview she did with Amanda Dertmer in the Students Experiencing Anxiety, she defined anxiety as an emotion such as worry or feeling uneasy. She also mentioned that it focuses on the future. And there's a very important distinction that needs to be made between anxiety and fear, and that fear focuses in the present, and anxiety focuses in the future. And then the last 2 points that really stood out to me from that whole interview was that anxiety is normal and it really shouldn't be normal, but it's a normal human experience that we go through every day, whether we realize it or not. And at times it can be motivational. I find myself finding anxiety as motivational, especially since I'm under pressure. I work well under pressure, but other people find anxiety not to be that well. And then just like a throwback to this quote, when I was doing my research and preparing for this presentation, I was like, why not include this quote? Like it keeps it nice and simple. And it was a really nice throwback. Just keep calm and carry on. And it relates to anxiety, of course. Now, what are some causes for anxiety? These are personal opinions. They're not based on any research, but like other panelists here mentioned, it stems from high expectations, you wanting to be perfect, trying to have everything set right so that you're not doing things last minute. And then that societal and family pressure, as we saw in the beginning, a lot of family members now I've seen are not forcing, but encouraging their children to go to school. And especially coming from a Mexican household, a lot of our parents didn't have that opportunity to pursue an education. And that's the reason why they want to see us pursue an education because they don't want to see us struggle. And then again, that topic of fear. And then one thing I would like to highlight is procrastination. So procrastination is seen a lot in today's society. We leave things to the last minute, and obviously that causes anxiety. We see that in high school, and then now we're seeing it in middle school, but now it's very prevalent in the higher education system, especially because of lack of experience. We don't know how to manage time. We don't know how to set goals. And through that moves on to competition. There's a lot of competition going on in today's society, especially with the use of LinkedIn. I feel like everybody's forced to kind of show off what they're doing, but they lack that part of like personal reflection. Like, how did I benefit from this and could help others who feel like they're just not good enough or smart enough? And next, we'll talk about what is solitude. So, solitude by was defined in a research done by Netta Weinstein and Heather Hansen and Theo Bunyan in the definitions of solitude in everyday life. So they defined it as solitude is a state in which the dominant relationship is with the self. What this is basically saying is just you just spend time with yourself. There's not much to add on solitude. So some of the causes for solitude again are fear of being judged, and this correlates a lot with the lack of kindness. I've seen this in social media a lot, and in some cases in school, people just aren't kind anymore. And obviously, you can teach somebody the hard skills, but you can't teach somebody kindness. So you're kind of like in the middle line of like, oh well, if you can't be kind, then like it's hard to dive into that subject. But in middle school and in elementary school, we're seeing a lot of bullying situations where not a lot of people are being kind. And without kindness, you tend to judge people. And the more you judge, the more you make somebody self-aware of how they look, how they speak, how they act. And obviously that creates the low self-esteem. And then something I would like to point out again is COVID-19. And I'm really glad the previous panelists pointed out to this because COVID-19 really affected the Gen Z generation. It really prevented us from being what we were meant to do, which is be social animals, just to interact with each other, build community, and just strengthen cultures. And then last but not least, upcoming, a personal experience that I've heard was coming from my mother. She grew up in a household where she wasn't really allowed to go out, meet new people, interact with her uncles, with her aunts. So just being being open to new experiences and meeting new people, that really creates like an environment where you just want to be alone and you just adapt to that situation. And then what to do when you're experiencing anxiety and solitude. These options I've previously used in the past, and they have actually worked, which is finding a trusted adult, whether it be your parent, whether it be a teacher, whether it be a therapist, whether it be your friend, a senior, a mentor, whatever it be, just kind of talk to them about how you're feeling. Majority of the time, they'll actually guide you on how you're feeling and help you resolve the issues you're facing. And then going back to the topic of spirituality, just learning to take, give whatever you're dealing with to the divine. And because, like, a lot of millionaires in today's society, they rely a lot on God. And for us to be given that example, I think says a lot. I think we need to rely on somebody, whether it be a divine figure or a parental figure. And then these last three, which would be stepping out of your comfort zone, changing the way you think, and exercise. I'm actually stepping out of my comfort zone and doing this presentation. Uh, I would say I'm fairly good at public speaking, but I do tend to get anxious when it comes to presenting, especially when I gave my graduation speech. I almost fainted because of how scared I was. and I was stepping out of my comfort zone. I don't really like being on stage and seeing people look at me. And then a recent experience that has to do with changing the way you think was I recently turned in an assignment, and one of my professors, he gave me a grade that I thought, I really don't think I deserve this. But then looking into his feedback and looking over the criteria again, I was able to rethink of like, okay, maybe I do actually deserve this grade. It wasn't that bad of a grade, but I did, since I put on that pressure of being a straight A student. Receiving below an A sometimes like triggers something in my mind of like, oh, like dang it, like I didn't receive an A. But just change the way you think. If you didn't receive that A from that exam or from that midterm or from that assignment, just I think just get over it. A grade is a grade at the end of the day. I think the purpose of life is not to receive a grade. And then lastly, exercise. Exercise is good for your mental health and for your physical health. I've seen this trend recently on social media where a lot of people are exercising, going on runs, meditating, doing yoga, bodybuilding. Especially in our generation, there's a lot of bodybuilding going on. And I think that is good, and encouraging other fellow peers of yours to exercise can help reduce a lot of that stress and anxiety and that solitude. So, just a brief summary: anxiety deals with emotions like worrying, dread, and feeling uneasy. It focuses on the future. It can be completely normal and motivational at times, depending on the type of person you are. And then isolation deals with spending time alone. It can be good and bad again, depending on the person and situation. And then just ways to prevent both anxiety and isolation is finding a trusted adult, taking stop taking control of your life, stepping out of your comfort zone, changing the way you think, and exercising. And if you take anything away from this presentation, is that anxiety is the cause of isolation. Here are the sources I used for my presentation. If you want to read more about it, the definition of anxiety was given from this article, which is Students Experience Anxiety from the American Psychology Association, Mental Health Primers. And then for the definition of solitude, it was actually given to us by the definitions of solitude in everyday life. And this was research done in 2013. And then if
Thank
you
you,
would like
s-
to contact me, here are
thank
my
you, Eric.
socials. Yes, sir.
Thank you for that great talk. Do we have questions for Eric? Chris Lazo.
Eric, I just wanted to say really nice job on the presentation. And I just would like to emphasize on what how exercise really helps with your mental health. I thought that was a very good resource because I also use that as well, and I feel like it's not just good for like physical health, but also helps mental health, and it's a really good mental health tool that a lot of not just students but people around the globe um use.
Yeah.
And Kaylin has a comment or a question.
Um, Hello, Eric. Love the presentation. Love the energy. My question for you would have to be, I love the fact that you like kind of mentioned, like I know your presentation is about the causes of student anxiety and isolation, but you did mention many ways that we can like overcome that, such as exercise, such as focusing on your mental health, such as spirituality. So I would like to ask, is there any more additional resources for those who might not use those or can't use those, as well as is there any like ways to avoid falling into like the pitfalls that might make us feel like student anxiety and isolation?
That is a good question, and you made me think a little bit. I'd say, and this is what I've been hearing a lot from my peers, is that people are like not using like Instagram. They stop using TikTok. They cut off any social media platform because majority of our anxiety stems from that. And again, stepping out of your comfort zone a little bit, like I recently reached out to a peer as from one of my classes, who's also a panelist in today's meeting. His name is John Vu, but I find myself to be a very social person. But this semester, I've spent a lot of my time alone, and finally, like taking that initiative to like just reach out to that person or friend or peer. I think that really helped me feel more secure in my environment, in my classroom. Because, I mean, majority of college students are commuters. Not a lot of them are live in dorms. So you just see them in class and then they go home. So they're not really making friends. You don't have that much time. Considering that some people like work and then some other people do research and whatever their situation may be. So just taking those 2 points in mind, just overcoming your circle, opening your boundaries, and I forgot what my other point was. But yeah, I don't know if that answered your question.
Do we have another question for Eric? So the last question of this round of causes of anxiety and solitude is Mari Carmen Rodriguez, who is a Panamanian student studying in Florida. Mari Carmen?
Hi, yeah, just give me 1 second. I thought I was in solutions though, not causes.
Oh, fine. Go ahead. Give the solutions.
Okay,
You
give me
went-
1 second.
Wait, you know what, Mari Carmen?
Yes.
Allow me to what we're going to do instead of go to you right now, we're going to take a 20-minute break, okay?
Okay.
And then you will be the first speaker after that 20-minute break.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you sorry for the confusion.
So to confirm, at what time are we coming back, or are we not leaving the
In
Zoom?
20 minutes will be 1:00
Okay.
Central Standard Time.
Okay, great.
Thank you. So I hope everybody had a good break. I typically on these congresses have my wife brings me McDonald's. Not meant as a commercial, but that's the advantage of having a wonderful wife. And so our next speaker is Mari Carmen Rodriguez, who, as I mentioned, is a Panamanian studying in Florida.
Yes, let me put my presentation. Please let me know if you can see it.
Yes, we can see it.
Great, excellent. Hello everyone. My name is Mari Carmen Rodriguez. I'm 21 years old and I'm stepping into my senior year at Florida State University. I'm currently majoring in international affairs, which I am very passionate of, but this wasn't always the case, ironically. A few years back, I somehow had to anxiously figure out my life after taking a decision that will challenge me to start from zero without sounding too dramatic. When I started college in the US, I wasn't just nervous, but I felt completely lost. Just a few months earlier, I had retired from swimming, which was a sport that shaped my life. It shaped my discipline. It shaped my identity for nearly 10 years of my life. And suddenly it was gone. Without it, I didn't know who I was or where I was going. And that uncertainty didn't just stay in the background, it turned into anxiety. And more than that, it turned into a kind of solitude that's difficult to explain because it exists when you're surrounded by people. But I came to realize that I wasn't alone in feeling that way. And the data reflects it. Today, around 35% of college students in the US report experiencing moderate to severe anxiety, and even more striking, around a 25% experience depression. So this isn't just a personal experience, but it is a collective one. We often blame exams or deadlines, but for many students, the anxiety runs deeper. It comes from pressure to have everything figured out while constantly comparing ourselves and even feeling like we're falling behind. And even for international students like me, these challenges can be way more intense. A study showed a concerning trend that between 2025 and 2024, anxiety among international students increased by more than 78%, with depression and suicidal ideation following similar patterns. But the critical part is that despite this increase, the use of mental health services has not kept pace, which tells us something important, that this isn't just about the availability of resources, but there's a deeper disconnect between students and the support systems around them. So how do we begin to close that gap? Well, one of the most effective but often overlooked solutions is involvement. A 2025 study found that students who do not participate in extracurricular activities are over 2.6 times more likely to experience stress than those who do. And that makes sense because involvement does something academics alone cannot, and it creates connection, it builds identity, and gives students a sense of purpose. Whether it's a club, a sport, student government, or volunteering, these spaces allow students to feel like they belong. And for me, everything started to change when I stopped waiting to feel ready and just started. I joined the student government. I founded and led a student news club. I began writing and putting my ideas out there in the world. And I want to be honest, none of those decisions felt comfortable at first. I spoke up when I didn't feel confident. I took on leadership roles when I felt completely unprepared. I walked into spaces where I didn't feel like I belonged. But those were exactly the moments that changed me. I didn't overcome anxiety by finding clarity at first, but I think I found clarity by taking action. So if you feel lost or anxious or unsure of your direction, just know that you're not alone. Um, in fact, statistically, you are in the majority. But also know this, that waiting to feel ready also won't solve it. The evidence shows that getting involved, stepping into something bigger than yourself, is one of the most powerful ways to rebuild connection and purpose. And that leads me to something that I believe is essential when we talk about student well-being. And it's that we need to rethink the concept of discomfort. Because the truth is, and I learned this through my swimming journey, which is something that I have and I apply every day. And it's that most of us avoid the very things that could actually help us grow. We avoid raising our hand, we avoid applying for opportunities, we avoid walking into spaces where we don't feel like we know anyone because it is uncomfortable. But what I've learned is that discomfort is not a sign that something is wrong, but it's often a sign that something is changing. And for me, every meaningful step that I've taken, from leadership to writing to professional experiences, they all started with discomfort. And so instead of asking yourselves, how do I avoid feeling anxious? Maybe a better question could be, what can I do even while I feel anxious? Because to be honest, feeling anxious is a completely normal feeling. It will happen throughout your entire life. It's something expected. It will come in many different ways. So it's something that will be there. So you should not wait. You should join that club. You should speak up. You should take that opportunity, because in the end, the path to a more confident version of yourself, to feeling like you belong, to finding a sense of purpose, doesn't come with certainty, but it begins with a single step into the unknown. Thank you. Here are my contacts and my references. You're muted. Mr. Wills, I believe you're muted. Yeah.
Very good. Thank you so much, Mary Carmen. Do we have questions for Mary Carmen? Any questions for Mary Carmen? Let's go to our next speaker.
Oh, I believe Keelan has a question.
Is there a question? Kaylin, please.
Hey,
Go ahead.
hello. Yeah, great presentation also. I didn't realize that you also went to Florida State University like myself. So that's actually pretty cool. But the main question I would have is that for Florida State University, obviously, at least from my experiences, I found that we are still a more like collaborative space, but there are some instances where you do not feel like going out and trying some things new, or you do not feel included in certain spaces. So my question is, and if you already answered this, please do elaborate on this, is what are some like small ways or some hidden ways that you believe students can kind of defeat their anxiety and solitude by getting involved with under campus?
Can I ask, what do you mean about under campus, you said?
Yeah, you because since our main issues is like student like anxiety and solitude, and you were talking about the solutions, I was just personally wondering if you have any like more solutions onto how we can like not get involved on campus, but also like just find their community during college, maybe high school, maybe outside of education, etc.
Well, personally, I've always found a lot of my personal be sports. However, I know that's not for everyone as well, what I just mentioned about joining in campus organizations. However, I also have to emphasize that in my case, I transferred from FSU Panama to here. So I did 2 years in Panama and FSU Panama, and then I transferred here. And we have also like organizations of like Hispanic people, which is also in campus. However, it's a community. In the end, you also have to find yourself and find what you like, and that would be the first step that I would recommend. And after that, you can find probably organizations that do support or that you align yourself to the most. It doesn't have to be in campus. I think Tallahassee is a pretty big place, and you'll probably end up finding what you feel more close to. However, you have to find it in yourself first.
So I have a question. Maybe you can advise Kaylin. How many people are in Panama, the campus?
Actually, the campus is really small. I would say we're like um less than 500 students, maybe. It's a really small campus. They even
Maybe,
call it a transfer campus because people enroll in FSU Panama to do 2 years there and then to transfer here. That's like the main objective because we transfer with a scholarship. So people don't usually stay and do 4 years there. Their plan is always to like enroll for 2 years and then transfer here to Tallahassee to the main campus.
maybe it would be interesting for, I don't know, Kaylin, would you ever want to take a program there?
From my experiences, I will say that I have been very interested in like kind of international study abroad experiences. It is a lot more difficult for engineers to get those experiences at
Yeah.
FSU. So I think at best, I could probably like, if I really wanted to, do like maybe a week or so and like explore it and then come back with like more things to share. But no, that's
Yeah.
just I didn't realize like I knew the Panama City campus was small. I did not realize it was like that small. Um
No, Kaylin, you have to go down there and check out the Panama Canal.
100%.
Okay, let's go to thank you very much, Mari Carmen.
Thank you.
And so let's go to our next speaker, Rodrigo Naranjo, who is a speaker in Mexico City at the Universidad Panamericana. Go ahead, Rodrigo.
Hello, thank you, Mr. Wills. Thanks you, and hello to the rest of you as well. Give me a second. Great. Can you see it, the presentation?
Yep.
Great. Well, so I don't have that much of a section to introduce myself, so I'll just let me place a timer. But well, my name is Rodrigo. I'm a student at Universidad Panamericana in Mexico City. And well, I'm a philosophy student, and I'm going to be talking about, well, my presentation is titled The Weight of the World Without Wonder. And it's a proposal of a solution to the current problem of anxiety through the thought of G.K. Chesterton, which is an author very important to myself. I'm actually making my thesis on him. So yeah. I don't want to spend a long time talking about these first slides, but because we've been talking about this throughout the entire Congress, but essentially we are currently living in a generation under strain. So the community of Mexican students experiencing anxiety has gone up from 53% to 76%. In the last 30 years, there's been an almost 200% increase in youth suicide in Mexico. And well, in general, also universities are getting all the time the rejection rates are getting a lot higher in Mexico, mainly because of the fact that more people are applying to college. So there's a lot of factors that must be taken into consideration there. But there are many factors that are currently contributing in Mexico as well as in other countries to increase the feeling of anxiety overall. And this can be mainly seen also in loneliness and anxiety. Here in Mexico, there's also in some areas a strong sense of insecurity. So there are multiple factors that are contributing to this. Well, of course, there's also the topic of the digital world, that more people are getting addicted to their phones. There's a decrease in attention span, and there's been well, of course, this also there's been a factor in wages. There's been an increase in poverty in the youth groups of the country. And well, 9 in 10 people who were surveyed last year were reported with anxiety or depression in one way. So, well, Now, G.K. Chesterton is an author who is very important to me. He was a British author from the beginning of the 20th century, sorry. His works have been very influential in authors like C.S. Lewis, Tolkien, Hilary Belloc, etc. And he was also very admired, for example, by Jorge Luis Borges, who is a very important author from Latin America. And well, and this is a very important phrase by him in the work in his autobiography, which is the chief idea of my life is the idea of taking things with gratitude and not taking things for granted. So we're currently living in a world that is uh, constantly straining us to view time as a resource, to be doing things. So we're currently in a world that is constantly talking to us about efficiency, about getting things done, about working in a business, about starting a business, working 24/7. And this idea, though it is not in itself bad, like it's not bad to be productive, it's not bad to work, it has replaced an area of the world, of our worldview, that is very focused on wonder. So these are like three ideas that we're currently viewing time as a resource. And like time is money. This is where it's mostly seen. Where we are a project that is constantly under construction, and we must be constantly working to build ourselves. And of course, these competitions that are currently being made by the decrease in acceptance rates, etc., has also led us to see the others as a rival. Um, so and one of the things that I want to share, that is one way in which I could propose a combat to this situation through Chesterton, is by a recovery of the sentiment of wonder. So this is another phrase that is amazing. How can we contrive to be at once astonished at the world and yet at home in it? So Chesterton proposes an idea of the world where we are constantly being amazed by everything that we see, where things that are mundane are in the daily world, like a sunrise or the smell of a flower or the song of birds. We are, by being exposed to it all the time, we forget that those things shouldn't be, or they could be different from what they are. That's like the central point of Chesterton in this idea. Things could be different from the way that they are, and the fact that they are the way they are is wonderful. It's a miracle. So we've been living in a society from the beginning of the 20th century, and this was also diagnosed by Max Weber, who was a very prominent sociologist from the beginning of the 20th century, that has been slowly disenchanting the world, where the science, not as a tool but as an ideology, has led us to believe that to perceive the world, to see the world as something that is boring, something that is dull, something that is mundane. And Chesterton speaks against this. He says, no, 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 the epistemological, or the way in which we human beings are made to know the world, is not through some dual empiricism, but through wonder. So we are made, by seeing the world as if it was the first time, we are immersed into it, and this breeds transcendence into the world. So brings a deeper meaning into things. So this is a very important thing for Chesterton, that beauty in itself, and not only artificial beauty made by humans, think of a temple or a monument, but also natural beauty in the world itself, even in things that are not at first beautiful. That's not decoration. That is not causality. It's not casualty. It's something that is intrinsic to the world itself, and that we have forgotten how to see. And this is also present in normal life. So how many times have you actually sat in a table to enjoy a meal, eat it slowly, let and take it in, laugh with friends, have a conversation, forget about life, about all the pressures of the world. And again, not because those are bad, but because we must learn to understand that the useful things in the world are not the important things in the world. The useful things in the world are there so that we can do the useless things in the world. So work is there so that we can play afterwards. The real world of making money is there so we can go out to a picnic where we do nothing, where we sit and waste time. Because that's the true meaning of life. That is those are the important moments of our lives. Those where we are wasting time instead of using it excessively and making sure that every single moment is useful. So I really recommend reading these works by Chesterton, especially Orthodoxy. It's a magnificent essay. And well, we have seen that this is also a key phrase from this presentation. The world will never starve from want of wonders. There will always be something wonderful in the world, but the true problem is not that. The problem is that we lose our want for wonder. We get too contrived with too focused on the daily life, on all the stress we carry all the time, and we forget to see the truly beautiful. We forget to see what is truly useless in the material world and that which is truly useful to us as human beings. So and this is my last takeaway. There are three pillars that I believe are essential if we want to combat anxiety and depression, not really from a technical side of the world, but through an anthropological and essential side of the world. The first of them is recovering attention. So being able to pay attention with the world. Because if you get bored, it's not because the world is less amazing, it's because you have lost your capacity to be amazed by the world. The second one, which is probably the most important of the three, is gratitude. A life, this is the phrase, the test of all happiness is gratitude. In the way that we are able to think the basic things of the world that you have, that you were awoke alive, that you had a good breakfast or a mild breakfast, any type of breakfast that you were able to eat in the morning, that you heard a bird singing in the morning, that it rained. Being able to thank the things in the world, the basic things in the world that we always overlook, that is a very important thing in our life. And last of all, recovering shared ritual. Rituals are essential to human life, and it is the elimination of rituals is one of the problems that has led us to where we are. We need to be able to recover these rituals of sitting together to eat. It's not even something big, like rituals can also be crafted between friendships, between close friends, between families. And it's important that we recover these because it is through shared rituals that we gain an access to something that is more transcendent, to something that is closer to our true nature and that will make us feel at home again in a world where we are constantly being hit by everything. And well, those are my three main proposals, and I've extended already. So this is my bibliography. Thank you so much. And this was too little time, but I hope I got to say something that caught your attention. And thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Rodrigo. You that was wonderful, wasn't
Thank you, Mr. Wills. Well, Chesterton is wonderful.
Yeah, I started reading Chesterton in college. So, do we have any participants who would like to make a comment about that or ask a question? Feel free. We have someone here who is going to be asking a question. Go ahead, John.
There's John, and then there's April.
Excellent.
So you mentioned you touched on a lot about wonder, and I just want to say, like, how would you diagnose somebody who has lost their wonder, and then what kind of solution would you provide to someone who wants to regain it back when they realize that they have it lost?
That is a great question. And my answer, I will start with the second question and with the second part of the question, which was, how would I regain it? And this is also very Chestertonian. It's very, first of all, I would recommend reading Chesterton. That is amazing. But also something that he says is great. And I couldn't delve into this a lot, but well, at all. But I would recommend reading fairy tales. And fairy tales, this may sound weird at first, but fairy tales are a crucial point particularly in childhood, but they have a formative nature to them that is essential to us. So Chesterton has many phrases, many points that are incredible, and particularly in Orthodoxy, where he talks about how fairy tales teach us of a world where that instead of taking us into another world, they take us deeper into our real world. And that's the point of wonder. Wonder is being able to delve into the real world, into the ordinary world, and being amazed by it in every sense. So there's like an iconic phrase which is in fairy tales you have rivers made of wine so that you remember that they are made of water, or you have trees that come up with golden apples so that you remember that apples are green, and that you are amazed by apples being green, because if you can be amazed by apples being golden, then why can't you be amazed by apples being green? So I think fairy tales are essential. We have, unfortunately, we have diluted fairy tales a lot and mainly thanks to some businesses, some enterprises. But true fairy tales, like the true fairy tales that were told in medieval times, they really teach you something about the world. And I believe that one way to see that someone has lost this sense of wonder is because they never pay attention to the world, and mainly because they get bored all the time, and or maybe they don't even have the capacity to get bored because they have to be on the phones all the time and they don't tolerate boredom. So being bored in a negative way, because there's of course boredom in a positive way. I believe that would be one of the main ways to see someone has lost wonder.
Thank you. Now, April has a question.
Yeah. Well, hi. I'm currently a high school student, and I've actually just been accepted to Universidad Panamericana. So I'm thrilled to hear from someone at UP. Upe, and your presentation was amazing. It speaks volumes about the institution I'm about to join in. And my question is regarding Max Weber's perspective on contemplating the world as if it was like for the first time. This view might assume that reality is inherently beautiful, but in Mexico, a large part of the population cannot see that beauty due to constant system hardships. Looking at the rising suicide rates you mentioned it earlier, those statistics are part of reality. Don't you think it's like a problem to hold the individual responsible for failing to contemplate beauty when the reality they face is so harsh? Like, not exactly beauty, but the reality might not give them like what we are supposed to be amazed. It can also be like hard, specifically with with the um, precariousness a lot of families are living.
Yeah, well, first of all, like, congratulations on joining the university. It would be great to have you around. Also, so Max Weber talks concretely about the disenchantment of the world, more like a diagnosis itself, but he doesn't really delve into it. He is more talking about it in an economic kind of way, with taking maybe some ideas from Marx. So talking about Weber in this point, it's not exactly accurate. Now, I believe you're referring more to the Chestertonian idea of disenchantment of the world, of loss of wonder, because Weber is more superficial with that idea. And as for the second part of yes, of course, the world is, especially in many areas of Mexico, it's hard to find beauty in a pile of trash. There's places in the city, and you'll know perfectly as well as I do, where things aren't beautiful, and that's a reality of the world, and that's a reality of human imperfection, to call it in a way, because humans are the only race in the world that is capable of creating something truly ugly. And ugly, not in a spider ugly, because there are many people you will find around there who will say spiders can be beautiful. And maybe if you began to study, I hate spiders, but if I began studying spiders and anatomy and all that, I would end up finding spiders beautiful. It would be very, very difficult. But I'm talking about deeper beauty here, a deeper lack of beauty, like something that is truly ugly. And yes, that is true. There are many places like this in the world, especially in third world countries and like Mexico. And yes, it's hard to find beauty there. Um, However, I don't think it's impossible. I think it's harder, and because of that, there's a greater merit in people who achieve it. Uh, but and I mean, I don't want to get into um, too much into this, but I would say that some of the happiest people I have met in my life have also been the poorest. And some of the people with the greatest capacity to find beauty in the world have also been the poorest. And people not only who are poor, but who voluntarily became poor, and also people who involuntarily are poor. And it's truly outstanding to find these people who can be living in those situations and who find beauty in the world, sometimes more than others who, like us, are more privileged.
Now, April has a question. Thank you for that question, Kathia.
Oh no, that was my question. Just like to say thank you. I really like this is a very beautiful perspective.
I'm sorry.
That's so cute.
Kathia?
Hello, I had a little question, but before that, I just want to say I really enjoyed your presentation. And my question was, like you mentioned a lot Chesterton's approach of anxiety as like reclaiming a sense of wonder. This is kind of a stretch, but do you know maybe how he distinguishes between like just healthy curiosity and anxious overthinking?
Oh, that is a great question. I mean, I think there, and I'm not sure how Chesterton would respond to this, but I think curiosity is by definition a movement that goes outside of the person, and overthinking is a movement that goes inside of the person. So when I'm overthinking about something, I am taking an idea and going over and over and over and over and over and over. It's more like a circle because it's going around the idea and not really getting anywhere. And if anything, it just makes you feel worse. While curiosity is more like a line. So you're going somewhere. It might not be a straight line. It may have a lot of curls, but it's going somewhere, and it has an objective to it. While overthinking, it does not. It's by nature a circular movement that ends up in you feeling even worse than at the beginning. But that would be my response more than Chesterton.
Thank you. So
Thank
our
you.
next speaker is Jenny Soler. Jenny is a student in Mexico, but she is studying in the United States. Thank you, Jenny.
Yes, hi. Let me share my screen. You all hear me well?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, I'm gonna talk about a solution that I have been implementing these past years in Mexico. Right now I'm studying in the United States, but it was in Mexico. Can you all see my screen well?
Jenny, excuse me 1 second. I just see it. One of the participants, Camila, are you in the room?
Yes, I'm here.
Are you going to give a presentation?
Yes.
Excellent. So I'll have you at the right after it'll be at the end, okay?
Thank you, Dr. Willis.
Okay. I'm still, you can call me Ted, all right? I'm not a doctor, but anyway, let's go back to Jenny.
Okay, thank you. Nice to meet you all. I'm Jenny. I study in Universidad de Monterrey in Mexico. And right now I'm studying abroad 1 year in Washington and Lee in Lexington, Virginia. And I'm gonna talk about something that I founded 5 years ago. It's more focused in education. Wait, I don't know why it's not working, the presentation. There. Okay, everything started 5 years ago and just how past speakers say, pandemic was a really difficult time. We can see it in statistics and as a personal testimony, it was really difficult for me. I was not feeling really well. And I didn't see it just in me, I also see it in my sister, in my friends. So instead of just staying there and being sad, I'm going to learn some things in video. I read some books and I found this course called The Science of Well-Being, teached by Larry Sanders, professor in Yale. Actually, I found it since the first class. I saw different parts of our happiness, different parts of our emotions, different perspectives. And it helped me a lot. And I was really happy, but also kind of offended by the fact that I don't learn this in school. I learn math, I learn history, I don't learn about how my brain works, how that influences my relationships, how that influences my happiness, how that influences my well-being. So I started scientifically happy with the traduction. It's called Científicamente Feliz, but it's an organization that helps to bring socio-emotional intelligence education to kids and young people. We're a social initiative that seeks to develop healthy skills and habits that promote emotional and mental well-being among young people. We focus on three things. First, we teach them emotional intelligence, and that's the foundation of everything. They learn how their emotions work, how their brain works, are basic things because they are kids. Maybe they are kids, young people, they learn and know a lot. Then we do learn positive psychology and the science of happiness, where they see more applicable things, more daily day habits that they can do, just like the Rodrigo said, wonder, we teach them how wonder influencing their brain. Gratitude, we teach them or give them like as a task, having a gratitude diary, and then they by themselves can see the before and after doing that exercise. And we not only seek them to know this topic, but also to get involved in others' well-being. So after they see all these, we invite them to our ambassadors community. It's a community of young people interested in learning and contributing to their own well-being, but also to the well-being of other people. So I think that's kind of the basis of dealing with these kind of problems, focusing in giving to others and not only to us, and it's scientifically proven that it helps to our happiness, but then also ourselves in serve to others, in serving others instead of just thinking about ourselves. So after learning all these foundations about their well-being and their brain, they put it in practice by helping others, and that helps their sense of belonging also in a community and also their overall well-being. And sharing a little bit more about how we do it, we have a web page and we have two methodologies of how do we do it. We have facilitators that are volunteers or people that are doing their social service, and they come with us, and then we teach them all these topics, then they go to the classroom and give it to them. And then we also have watch and learn that I'm gonna talk a little bit more in the future. And we have been in some schools, and now we have had more than 2,700 participants and 8 active volunteers through the 5 years. And like I told you, that's another methodology that we use to also deliver this knowledge to the kids, even if no one can go and teach them that have the psychological background, that it's through a short video between 7 to 12 minutes. Any professor can get into the webpage and they can have access, and they put the theoretical part so they can know about that topic of that session. And then we have a socialization and a practice part where they share their opinions, their experiences, because by that they can learn that they are not alone, that there's more people dealing with those kind of problems. And also it helps to externalize all those experiences that they have had. And then we put them like a homework that sometimes is in class or outside the class, but it's a scientifically proven activity that contribute to their well-being. And yes, you know that what we do in the foundation, it's education. For us, knowing how our brain works, how our emotions work, identifying by ourselves, or the simple fact of identifying, okay, I need help, maybe this, and maybe I can go to a professional to ask for help. I can ask the teacher that is giving me that it's giving me this class what tools does my school have or can I go to if I know I need help. But first they need to identify that they do need help, but they actually want to not fix but improve in that part of their life. So for us, education is a foundation for the solution of this problem. And there's some pictures, and you can contact us, their organization, the co-founder, and me in any of these emails, or through our website. You can also find all our contacts.
Please don't change the slide because I can imagine there's some people in the room that are in the Congress that are going to want to take a picture of that, and as what they have been doing with other people. And now, can you please go back to the photos that you were showing, the graphics?
Yes.
That's very impressive.
Yes, here we put them to dance. We were teaching how making exercise improve your well-being, sure, like also physical well-being, but like your mental well-being short term. We we danced in that photo. Uh,
Yeah, I think that Eric could be joining your group. What do you think, Eric?
I would love to be part of the group.
Eric loves dancing. He's in Houston, so he can start your organization in Houston. All right.
that would be perfect.
Anyway, let's hear if anybody has a question for Jenny.
Also, if I didn't explain myself in any part, let me know. My English is not perfect, and I know
What
that.
did you
So
What did you say?
if if I didn't explain myself in any part, I can explain it again. That I know my English is not perfect. Sometimes I struggle with that.
What did you
So
say? Say that again. I don't agree. That doesn't go through my ears correctly. All right. Your English was outstanding. All
oh,
of the
thank you.
presentations and yours were outstanding. I think everybody would agree with that. Okay. Scientifically outstanding. Okay. So now let's see if there's any questions. So let's go to the next. I do want to say we have, I'm hoping that we can go beyond these congresses in the future and do more work together. And all the participants who give speeches will be invited to join our organization on our student steering committee, which you can see on our website under it says leaders or board members. And we're updating that with the people from our previous congresses. We already have some people there, but let's go to our next speaker, Chris Lazou, and take it away. He's in New Jersey at Rutgers.
Seton Hall, Seton Hall.
I'm sorry, I got you confused with somebody else. And I know Seton Hall is a wonderful school.
Just give me 1 second. Can you see my screen?
Yes. Perfect. Thank you, Chris.
Cool. So, hello everyone. My name is Christopher Lazu. I'm a student at Seton Hall University. I'm a junior right now. My major is political science, and I minor in English as well. My aspire is to become a lawyer and to hopefully get accepted and attend law school here in the tri-state area, metropolitan area. So a little bit more about myself is I also come from a Hispanic household. My dad is Puerto Rican and my mom is from Honduras and Ecuador. As a student living in the US, it is easy to, struggle through like these overwhelming environments, and you could often feel out of place. But my presentation will have like contemporary solutions for all this, and I hope it's very helpful. So like I said before, we often step in an overwhelming environment, especially first attending school. A lot of students are dealing with the same thing. So like, especially like always remember to like, you're not by yourself feeling like this. You're not alone, and the difference comes from actively who build systems around themselves versus who actually like reacts to the stress. But that background actually shapes that this is a lot. Then it's really hard to admit it, but of course, like me being a part of a first generation, I'm a first generation student as well. Like Eric said before, explaining it again means that you're sort of like the first kid or um, child to step foot in college and hopefully graduate throughout those 4 years. But also coming from from my household, also you're kind of balancing two worlds at once, not just from Hispanic, but from also multicultural. So like either Black, Asian, even European. But your family's expectation and culture and the environment you're like navigating as a student in the US, that can also increase your anxiety and solitude, but also gives you real advantages to use it if you use it in the right way. So here I'll explain the personal journey. So just like everyone else, like I've also have felt I've dealt with a lot of anxiety. It's very vulnerable, especially as a college student and as you grow up, because you sort of don't really feel these emotions while you're in high school. But as soon as you step foot your freshman year of high school, you go through a lot of stages in your life that I think are really significant and actually they kind of help you grow as a person, help you find out your purpose and identity. But it is very vulnerable to go through these obstacles in life. But it's always good to remember that these struggles and all of the students are just preparing us for, like real world obstacles and what we'll eventually, hopefully, to overcome in the future or in the career that you desire. Like I said before, of course, I have fell down through this, hole of anxiety during my time in college, such as, overwhelming schedules, comparing myself to others, feeling left behind, going through some heartbreak, and, feeling sort of left out in a way. Um, but continuing off that, before I got to Seton Hall University, a little bit more about myself again. I was in community college, and when I first stepped in community college, I felt like I was like on ground zero. Like I didn't really have anything at that point. I had a little job here and there, but I knew that I had to work to get to where I'm at today. Especially when I look at myself from not my past self from that time. 2 years is not a long time, but in 2.5 years, you could really learn a lot about yourself, and you could grow, and you can you could find new people, and you could find new hobbies about yourself, and it helps you just it helps you grow for the real world as well. All that matters is that like even when you are feeling like this, you just keep pushing, and you keep pushing because like whatever like you're really going through at like this very moment, or whatever moment that you're going through, it's for sure will not be compared to the joy that's coming in in the near future. Moreover, I'm still going to stick with the slide for a little bit. Moreover, that you get a chance to look at how far you have come, and that that's a real moment with yourself, looking at your past. Just remember, like of course, all of us have like this clear situation that we always go through, this issue that just don't compare yourself to others. Comparing yourself to others, it feels like natural. It feels natural, but most of the time, it quietly like makes things worse for yourself in a way, especially for anxiety and like confidence, and it loses your focus. But a healthier approach is to measure yourself against your past self, like I said before, because that's the only comparison that you only like reflects on your effort and your improvement. For instance, I want to share an example that helped me get through this. So before, like I said before, I was in community college and I was working a part-time job, just studying. And that job kind of, it was sort of like an anxiety and depressing engine for me. I kind of like compared myself to a lot of others, like I said before, and what other people and other kids my age were doing at my age and what they were accomplishing. And I felt like I was sort of, being held back. So I remember having a talk with my parents, saying how I want to, be in a new work environment, and they helped me get into a new job, which is actually a country club. So when I stepped foot in the country club for the first time, it was very intimidating. I sort of didn't really, I felt like I didn't really belong there, especially at my age. And when I saw kids working there my age, They were, they had really good relationships with these members. And also at a country club, the environment there is, of course, it's, white supremacy. There's a lot of, economically, like good people there, high class. And, for me, coming from, my household, I felt sort of like not really fitting in at that point, and I kind of saw everyone else, with their family, like all the members with their families and their jobs, and like just living the good life. And I always looked at, I always looked at that and said that I want that for my family and my future, one day. But another thing that also, enhances anxiety with students is social media. It can significantly increase student anxiety by creating constant comparison, pressure, and overstimulation. For example, like platforms like Instagram, LinkedIn, TikTok often show like versions of people's lives that like sort of highlight like success, appearance, and like social status. But what it doesn't do is that it hides the struggles of what people are actually going through. So what I would say is that you should limit your time on Instagram and TikTok and really focus on the real life routines like other hobbies or schoolwork or meaningful connections to sort of reduce anxiety. So the premise of this talk states the contemporary solutions for anxiety. Well, there are some ways that help me through like override these feelings. And here are some of the solutions that I think are the most helpful and what actually helped me throughout my time is definitely picking up a hobby. This could sort of, help you identify yourself and find your purpose in your life and sort of take your mind off of these things that are sort of um, growing your anxiety inside of yourself. But what I would say is that, and what helped me is engaging in activities such as the gym. Exercising is a very, very good mental health tool for students. Like I remember Eric saying it as well. Engaging in activities such as cooking healthy foods, helping yourself physically and mentally. Another thing is uplifting music. Sometimes music can help your mental state and it help creates a connection to your identity and your culture and where you really come from. And the third resource that I would say that helps a lot and actually has helped me a lot is journaling. So it also helps your reading and writing as well and your intellect. It's an awesome way to plot like your feelings and store your emotions and jot down whatever you're feeling on that day or during that time in your life. So right here, I'm going to focus a little bit on how the gym and exercising and how it helps. So I recently became obsessed with going to the gym and exercising and cooking healthy foods. This helped me with not just my physical health, but also my mental health gradually. It's one of the most effective mental health tools that students have, and it's always there for you, I would say. There's always somewhere that you could go, and maybe it's not just the gym. Maybe you're just going on a walk, or you're walking your dog, or you're going to the park. But I would say it's one of the most effective mental health tools, especially when dealing with like loneliness and isolation. The gym is also, or exercising is also somewhere that like I could forget a lot about my stuff at home or school or work and allow myself to give all my stress to the weights and calm your nervous system. Here, music is sort of, you wouldn't really think that it helps you a lot, but it has helped me a lot throughout my life. It's a very helpful resource. Music is a great way to shift your mental state with whatever you're going through, and it creates this companionship within yourself. It connects you to your identity or culture to help you find what your real purpose is. It's played a major role in my life, especially getting through moments that I felt low and down, and it helped me uplift my mood in a way, like identifying my culture and appreciating my Hispanic background as well. I would probably say listening to like artists such as pop culture artists such as Bad Bunny has allowed me to like connect with my Spanish language and shared experiences and cultural pride in a way that feels authentic to me. It also helped me build a stronger sense of who I am and giving me a deeper appreciation to where I come from. And my last resource I would say is journaling. I would say journaling is an awesome way to, plot down your feelings and emotions, like I said before. After completely venting on a piece of paper or notes on your phone, it could even be just like that, as easy as that. Everyone has their phone. Go to the notes app, jot down what you're feeling, and it will definitely help you. Just letting out your emotions, it's like that's stored inside of you. It really helps. Journaling also helps by taking all the thoughts stuck inside your head and putting them into like clear, organized form, which reduces anxiety. It makes problems feel more manageable in a way instead of overthinking and the same worries that you constantly have. Writing them down creates distance, and you can actually see what you're stressing, and you can control and what you could let go in a way. And I don't have my contact information, but feel free to let me know in the chat. I'm happy to connect with you guys. And that's the end of my slides. Thank you.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much. We'll now be hearing from, are there questions for Chris, please, in the chat? Or by marking your, giving your thumbs up? We see some thumbs up. I see some applause. That's certainly nice. Yes, Chris, I think you're validating a lot of the comments that people have said with your, I think your three pillars, right? Your
Yes,
three pillars
three resources.
of solving or alleviating these kinds of problems, these tensions. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Rebecca Trafari. She is an Italian student who is studying at New York University. So we get both the international and the New York perspective. Thank you, Rebecca. Go ahead, please.
Hi, thank you. Let me just share my screen. Okay, perfect. Okay. Perfect. Hi, everyone. My name is Rebecca Trifari, and today I'll give a brief presentation on possible solutions for students' anxiety and solitude among college students in the United States. A little bit of background on me. I'm from Rome in Italy, and I go to New York University as a class of 2027, so I'm a junior right now, and I'm studying astrophysics and creative writing. Okay. Even though campuses are full of people, the majority of students reports feeling isolated, overwhelmed, and emotionally exhausted frequently. And what's interesting in this is that this is not only a mental health issue, but it's also a cultural issue because student anxiety is not just stress about exams, but it started to be a deeper fear of failure, instability, burnout, isolation. And at the same time, this isolation is starting to become normalized too much, and students often feel disconnected even while constantly interacting online. And as an international student, I felt like I had this experience a lot because when I first moved to the United States, I was keeping in touch with my friends from Italy, but at the same time, I ended up spending too much time online FaceTiming them instead of going out and meeting more people that were there physically. So I feel this mistake usually happens when students move abroad and they don't really have the resources to go out and meet new people, or maybe the university doesn't really encourage them that much. So the real problem is not simply that students are anxious, but it's that they feel lonely and alone while being anxious. And that combination is what becomes dangerous after a bit. So I looked at some texts, and starting with the first one, we have the Nicomachean Ethics by Aristotle, which if you looked at modern campuses or university life, he would probably think, well, of course, these students are being miserable, because in his text, he argues that humans flourish through, he calls it eudaimonia, which means a life of purpose and virtue. And crucially, he says that friendship is not optional, but it's part of the good life, and it's something that we should have. So solitude isn't just a sad feeling, but it blocks human flourishing. So if students don't have a real community, they cannot fully thrive. Then we have Robert Bella, which in the Broken Covenant, he argues that American life has weakened shared meaning. So people don't feel part of something bigger anymore. And also Octavio Paz also describes solitude as a defining feature of modern identity. So students are entering adulthood in a society that doesn't automatically offer community stability or shared values. And additionally, I read this book a couple of years ago, which I really recommend, by the way, and it's Stolen Focus by Johan Hari. He talks about how social media and technology addiction are trying to keep us hooked on our screens and devices as long as possible so that we are isolated and really have no other choice but to keep sticking to our devices and technology. And this over time, of course, isolates people. And the pandemic that we experienced with COVID, for example, definitely didn't happen this stage because it happened for students that are now in college. This happened in their teenage years when they were still growing up and approaching social life. So this definitely worsened the situation as well. So we have looked at the causes of this already, and also the other presenters did a great job in explaining this. So of course we understood that reading this text, philosophy itself doesn't really solve anxiety. And I included some things that I would say really helped me in overcoming my anxiety when I moved to college. Well, of course, the basic ones that include sleep, nutrition, exercise, and boundaries with technology are essential. Also, students should start to have a more positive approach towards therapy and not see it as a sign of weakness, but as a valuable tool, regardless of whether you feel like you have a problem or not, because it's always good to talk to someone. And what really helped me during my college path was getting out of my comfort zone, trying new hobbies. For example, I started dancing and vocal coaching, and that really helped me to get distracted and convey my energy and my stress into something that I was passionate about. And also, of course, writing and journaling is really helpful to reflect on your emotions and finding a moment to just stay there with yourself and reflect on what's going on. And of course, the solution, these are just smaller things that we can do throughout our lives. But in general, I feel like the real solution is finding community, purpose, and connection, which is something that as a society we have to work on collectively. And what I found was most helpful is not really thinking of what can I do to get rid of my anxiety, but more like just trying to analyze it and not necessarily wanting to get rid of it, but analyze it and trying to understand what that anxiety, what that feeling is trying to tell me, because it usually means that something is wrong or I should change something. So also to just stay there with your anxiety for a little bit and trying to understand what it's telling you. And then lastly, I included what should colleges actually do, what they can do to help improve the situation. So I believe colleges should treat mental health more like a basic resource. So having more counselors checking in with students, because not everyone who's struggling is always able to recognize it or seek help necessarily. So I think it would be good to have like some check-ins with students, let's say every semester or every month. And then also having peer support groups, because students might feel more comfortable to open up to somebody who's closer to them in age and someone who's not seen as an authority figure. Another thing that could help is having more orientation events when students move in and having them every year, every semester, not necessarily only for freshmen or transfer students, but for everyone, just so that people have more opportunities to interact with each other. Additionally, other options can include group chats or apps that continuously organize events so that students can go and find other ways to meet more people. And lastly, I think also the competitive environment at university is something that contributes to anxiety. So trying to have a less hyper competitive culture. So these are solutions that can concretely improve the situation, but ultimately the deeper solution is rebuilding community purpose and connection. So shifting from this idea of individualism to community more. Thank you. Sir, I believe you're muted.
Okay, so thank you so much, Rebecca. She spoke at a previous Congress. We really appreciate her joining us today. Do we have any questions for Rebecca? Or shall we go to the next speaker? John Vu is a student at the University of St. Thomas in Houston.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you again to Mr. Wills for extending this invitation to me. Let me start screen sharing and then we may get started. So, yes, very good. All right, so a brief background about me. As Mr. Wills said, I'm currently a student at the University of St. Thomas, 20 years old, turning 21 this year. I am natural born in the US, born to Vietnamese immigrant parents who immigrated here in the 1900s. I'm most like the others here. I'm a first generation college student. I know I heard a lot of people here are transfers, but I'm one of the few people who are actually decided to go straight from high school directly into college after getting accepted at a four-year institution. And I'm an accounting major with a passion for writing and public speaking. I had the pleasure of taking a public speaking course in high school. And I want to say about the University of St. Thomas is that we are a Catholic and liberal arts college, and I believe that knowing this information will be very helpful for everyone as we go into this presentation together. So, okay, so first off, we have this. I have this little like hook here where there's a hypothetical situation where um maybe we've been in a group conversation before and like everybody's able to get a word in, like you're really just trying to like find the right moment to speak up. You're like, how can I speak up? How can I butt in without trying to interrupt and be rude? Because the last thing we want to do is to be rude to someone. And that's why all of us usually err on the side of politeness. And I also have the statistics over here where 15 million adults have social anxiety, but only 5% seek treatment within the first year. And the issue is that no one speaks up. There is a clear, overwhelming trend of this, and we need to figure out how to prevent that. So it's not good to talk about solutions before we dive into the basics first. So social anxiety, basically what I explained before in that hypothetical situation where you're in that group conversation, you're afraid to speak up because you're afraid of what you might say will be judged by other people. So as humans, we don't really have a tendency to want to be judged by other people. We very much believe in like our own thoughts and values, and we kind of like face a struggle when those thoughts and values get challenged by other people. So when people worry about acting or appearing anxious, they will show it through their actions, like blushing, they're stumbling over their words. They don't want their actions to be seen in a way that makes them look like they're anxious, but it still comes out that way anyway because the body is naturally responding to what the mind is thinking. So you're thinking, this is a really awkward situation. I don't know how to react to this. And then you're going to start naturally showing that you don't want to react to it. Like you're going to start to want to hide yourself away. And so as a result, people will have a tendency to avoid social or performative situations overall. And this last point here, I want to note that this is not simply shyness because I'll explain in a bit, but if you develop good habits, you can overcome shyness. Social anxiety might just happen to you and you feel like you can't overcome it because it just keeps creeping up in every situation that you have. But at least if with shyness, if it's a personality trait, you can build good traits for yourself and you can build good habits for yourself. But on the other hand, social anxiety is not that simple in that sense. So why does it matter to us? So speaking in public, meeting new people, dating, going for job interviews, as high school and college students here, we're all at that stage where the adulting life is finally starting to come into play where we need to start being more independent and doing things by ourselves. But social anxiety is easily going to hold us back from that if we don't try to seek treatment or do anything to try and help ourselves. Because if we don't, then these simple tasks that I've listed here will suddenly want to become much harder. And you won't know why they're so hard because with that social anxiety in the way. So here are I've selected a few different points here from the texts that I've personally read in at the University of St. Thomas through professors and core classes that I've taken. Um, I really liked Rebecca's last presentation where she brought up Aristotle and the Nicomachean Ethics because it's also one that I'm referencing here. And both of them talk about um, or at least indirectly address why social anxiety is something that is inherently contrary to our human nature. So, firstly, with Aristotle, as Rebecca mentioned, the eudaimonia, where human life is meant to flourish and live happily together. Man is a social animal where humans are naturally oriented towards wanting to make community. And you see this point of Aristotle's, which is echoed by Plato in his Republic, and also through Socrates, where they write that the city or the polis is a place where people come together, each with their own different tasks and goals to work for the common good. And as I said earlier, Aristotle teaches that virtue is a habit, where I have the example of courage here, where in order to have courage, it's not the absence of fear, but acting right in the face of fear. So knowing that you're entering a fearful situation, but still choosing to stand up for yourself is the true definition of courage. Because if you could avoid the absence of fear, that means you're just confident. But having courage is something entirely different. The second one I have over here is Viktor Frankl's Man's Search for Meaning, which I read in my first year of college. So this was a really inspiring text for me. I wish I had it right now, but I've actually lent it on loan to another friend who was also really interested in reading it. So there you guys have a proof that this text is inspiring to other people. And I won't go into like the whole plot of the book, but the main points here are that Franco has meaning as a motivator, where he argues that you can endure almost any difficulty as long as you have a sense of purpose for it. So if you connect socially to something larger than yourself, then you have that cause, that goal, that community to push through difficult situations. And secondly is the attitude towards suffering. So he admits that you cannot control your circumstances. You can't control if like you get into an accident or something happens where like you're now in the situation where you suffer. But the thing that he says is that you can suffer well. And that might sound confusing at first because isn't suffering just suffering? What do you mean I can suffer well through a situation? it basically just means that you can choose how you react to suffering. You can choose to suffer and you can drown in sorrow. And our patron saint, Saint Thomas Aquinas, says that if you sorrow immoderately, you have the tendency to fall into despair. But if you align your response to something that is good and you align your purpose towards that, then you can change your attitude just towards suffering to a greater outcome than yourself, and you can overcome that suffering by working through it. Um, the second one here is the paradoxical intention, which I'll also bring up again later. I just have the definition right here, right now, where he developed this therapeutic technique where if you think about uh, embracing the fear instead of fighting the fear, you will actually find that fear dissolving away faster. And I'll bring that up again in a little bit. So I have four solutions here, and this will make up the last bit of my presentation here. So number one is changing your thinking. The main practice for this is called cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, and it basically helps you become aware of things, methods of thinking that are harmful to you, and you really just want to challenge the story you tell yourself. So you have the negative thought and you challenge that negative thought and then you replace it with something brand new. So I have the examples in those parentheses there. It's like you think everyone will judge me. You ask if that's actually true, and then you come to the conclusion that not everyone will judge me because most people are inherently focused on themselves rather than me when especially when they're interacting in a social situation. Not many people are going to bring up how you're feeling because they don't want to be rude. They, again, like I said earlier, we err on the side of politeness. So if you replace your line of thinking with most people are focused on themselves, I should be focused on myself, then you get rid of the fear of everyone wanting to judge you. And the second one is gradual exposure and habit building. So as I mentioned earlier, Aristotle is a big proponent of building good habits in order to lead you towards good life. So again, with the example of courage, you build action builds confidence, not the other way around. You don't become confident through actions. You become more confident over time, the more risks that you take, and not just taking risks, but being courageous in the face of those risks. And the second one I really like here is the exposure ladder that has many different levels, and they each like ramp up a little bit over time. So the first one is just eye contact. Anyone can do eye contact. You're probably doing it with me right now, even though I can't see your camera, but I hope that you're there making eye contact with me. And the second one is asking a professor. So you're not on a level yet. You're at a level with someone who you should be free and open to talk to. And level three is speaking up during a discussion. If a professor asks a question, if you know the answer to that question, raise your hand. And for introducing yourself to a new classmate, this one's last because it might not be something we want to do technically. But as I've said here, consistency beats intensity because small daily actions will add up over time. So the third solution is practical tools. The two here are 4-7-8 breathing. Inhale for 4 counts, hold for 7, exhale for 8. It's just a natural response to help your body initiate a calming feature where you inhale, you hold that, you exhale. Not sure how everyone's situation is, but I know this was a big thing when I took a PE class where inhale, exhale, breathe in, breathe out. And this next one is 5-4-3-2-1 grounding, like 5 little steps where you allocate yourself to the environment around you. Like just take a moment to see what's around you to bring yourself back to the present moment. Because when you have anxiety, your mind is going to tend to wander off to deeper and possibly darker thoughts that will make you not want to speak up more and more. And paradoxical intention, I mentioned here again, instead of fighting anxiety, lead into it. The example I have for this is if somebody is panicking like right next to you, you don't want to tell them and like you tell them to calm down. Do you think they're going to calm down in that moment because you told them to calm down? No, that person has panicking on their mind right now. So my suggestion is that be patient. Um, if you're have the thought, I'm going to try to look as nervous as possible, then your body is naturally going to adopt that. They'll put all the nervousness up, and then you just start to feel all that nervousness wash away because you put it as the priority now, and the body is now going to get it out of your system. Because the more you resist it, the more your defenses are put up. So not only is your body putting up defenses, your mind is also putting up defenses now. So if you just let it go, then the body will naturally take the measures that it needs to do to calm yourself down. And this cannot happen if your mind is directly in conflict with how you're acting. Solution four over here, everybody so far has mentioned lifestyle hazards, very good. Exercise, prioritize sleep, limit caffeine and alcohol, but also be aware of campus resources such as student clubs, organizations, telehealth options if you want to consider therapy, but you don't want to go out and hire schedule sessions, in-person sessions with a therapist because you're not ready for that yet. Um, Almost every campus that I know of in the US has a counseling resource center or a mental health center. And as Frankel said here, that I've also included, he believed that taking responsibility is an act of confidence in itself. Seeking help is not weakness, it is wisdom. So you're not alone. Don't try to fight it alone. Man is made for community, and it's only natural for you to want to be in a community with like-minded people. And you're also more likely to speak up when you notice that people share the same thoughts and values as you. And so, just as a little bit of a closing here, I want to challenge everybody to try something. If you have a negative thought, challenge that negative thought when it arises. Challenge the story that you tell yourself. Make sure to realign your thinking if this comes up. Take one step up that exposure ladder. If you're starting with eye contact, raising your hand, answering a question, practice the 478 breathing that I've talked about, and make sure to visit your campus welding counseling center. One of the things my professors did last semester for an assignment, he just said, I want you to know where your tutorial service center is because now that, and then you screenshot yourself in front of the building. When you know that it's there, now you know that you have it as a resource to go to in the future if you ever need it. So it just stays in the back of your mind. So I would encourage everyone to visit their campus counseling center. Like, there's no need to schedule a meeting. There's no need to even step inside if you don't want to, but knowing where it is will just help you alleviate thinking a little bit better. And I just want to remind everyone that social anxiety is not the end of the world for you. There is always a way to treat it, and you're not defined by the things that you fear, but you're defined by how you respond to those fears. Like I said with Frankel, you don't can't control how you feel, but you can control how you respond to it. And Aristotle, along with that, basically extends this by saying we become who we are through our choices and habits. So here are the references right here. I'll linger about this for about 5 seconds or so. And here are my socials. I'll stop on this slide for a little bit in case everybody wants to take a screenshot. And if that's all, I'll hand it back to Mr. Wills right now. I believe you muted again, sir.
Hello.
Yes,
And
we
so,
hear you now.
John, very good
Yes,
job.
thank
Excellent.
you.
So, I think you mentioned that the Frankel book is called Man's Search for Meaning, and he was a victim of the Holocaust, and he survived it, but many family members did not. And so, it's a tremendous, very short book, and he did develop the CBT theory. Now, since we're running against the clock already, it's after 2. Our next talk, um, I'm sorry, John, we're just going to go to the next talk, all right? Without questions. But you people have your contact information. Fatima Rasa is an American student in, I believe, Dearborn, Michigan. Is that right, Fatima?
Yes, that is true. Is there anyone else who's gonna speak as well?
Yes, we have two three other people after you.
Do you mind if someone goes before me? Because I'm actually like right now driving back from a competition to my house and I need like 10 minutes.
Oh,
If
we've
that's
got
fine.
that
I'm
for
so
you.
sorry.
Natalie Alguera, are you available?
Hello, yes.
I knew you'd be. All right. So go ahead, Natalie. You're on.
Okay,
Is that
just give me
okay?
one moment. I have access to share my screen, correct?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay. Yes, I think somebody else is still sharing.
Yeah, we're working on that. Thank you.
Okay, can you guys see my screen? Hello?
Yes, we can.
So I'll just be starting off. Hello, everybody. My name is Natalie Alguera, currently a second year at Florida International University in Miami, majoring in business administration and management on the pre-law track. So I plan to attend law school after my undergraduate studies. And today I'll be talking about student anxiety and solitude in the United States. And pressure to achieve the loss of community the United States has been having and what we can do about it. So I was saying to start off in the United States today, students are constantly told to achieve more, to do more, and to be more. And so there's like this constant pressure to achieve, as well as comparison culture, as Chris had previously mentioned, social media had a large part in this, and especially Generation Z. We were born and raised, and we have only lived in the technological age, so we feel these effects more than ever before. And there's like a weak or surface level community, especially because of again the increased use of digital devices. So students today are not just managing school, they are managing expectations, constant overwhelming expectations, and the pressure to achieve is no longer occasional, it is constant. And with social media, students are not just living their own lives, but they are comparing them to everyone else's at the same time. But what I believe is the most overlooked issue is that we have more ways to connect than ever before, and yet less real community than ever before. And when students feel like they are facing everything alone, pressure turns into anxiety and isolation turns into solitude. Moving on, so the first solution I am presenting is to rebuild real community. And so this means prioritizing smaller intentional communities, or creating mentorship-driven environments and focus on depth and not just connection. So if pressure is one of the biggest causes of student anxiety, then community is one of the most powerful solutions. But not just any community, real community. And not just being surrounded by people, but being known by people. And I've personally seen this difference through my experience in the Model United Nations program here at FIU, because here we are not just an organization, we are a space where mentorship exists. I actually co-started a mentorship program within the organization that has paired 92 newbies to returners on our team who are familiar with Model UN and competing across North America. And we have seen real improvements, and we have even seen that this effort has caused an increase in membership retention rates in comparison to previous years.
Natalie, so
Yes.
you are saying Model UN.
Yes.
Is that right? A Model United Nations. Very good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And of course, you're welcome. And here, mentorship existed, and students are challenged but also supported. We make sure that student growth is at the center of everything, and we have seen how mentorship in this organization has made wonders. So I know that throughout like college campuses across the United States, a mentorship should be one of the key pillars. And that's what many students are missing actually. On many campuses today, it's easy to meet people, but much harder to build a meaningful relationship, especially in a school like mine, that is primarily commuter students. So the solution is not just creating more spaces, it's creating smaller, more intentional spaces where mentorship and deeper connections can actually develop. Because at the end of the day, students don't just need more people around them, they need people who actually show up for them. Moving on to the next slide. Solution 2, which is to make support normal and more accessible. This means a shift from reactive to proactive support and to integrate mental health into daily student life and normalize asking for help. So right now, mental health systems are mostly reactive. Students are expected to seek help only after they've already been overwhelmed, and even then, support can be hard to access. And I believe that stigma still prevents many students from reaching out at all. But the reality is students today are juggling more than ever. Right now, students are juggling academics, internships, leadership roles, jobs, financial pressures, and simply navigating what it means to be in college. So support cannot exist as a separate system. It has to be a part of everyday student life. And so that means embedding support into classrooms, into student organizations, into leadership spaces, and especially into peer-to-peer environments, because often the first person a student turns to isn't a counselor, it's a fellow student. So we need to normalize asking for help and creating environments where support feels accessible and not intimidating, because support should not feel like a last resort. It should feel like a normal part of being a student. And so we need to make sure as fellow students across the United States, we are one of those who are kind of comforting and helpful to those around us. So making sure to always be kind and courteous and be aware of those around us is like one major step that we can take towards making sure that we support one another. Moving on, solution 3, restore purpose and not just productivity. So this means redefining success beyond just achievements, encouraging meaning, not just performance, and prioritizing impact, growth, and development. So finally, I believe this is one of the most important solutions because it's something that we don't talk about enough, and that is purpose. Because right now, many students are not just working hard, they are constantly performing. Students are performing for grades, for resumes, for internships, and for the next opportunity. But when success is only defined by what you achieve, it becomes very easy to lose sight of why you're doing any of it at all. And that is where anxiety begins to take over. Because when your worth becomes tied to your output, rest feels like failure and uncertainty feels like falling behind. So when we start redefining what success looks like, not just achievement, but meaning, and not just productivity, but purpose. Students need to feel connected to something that actually matters to them. And so they're not just more successful, they are more grounded, more fulfilled, and less alone. And ultimately, if we want to address student anxiety and solitude, we cannot just push students to do more. We have to give them a reason to care. Because right now we are asking students to build perfect lives without helping them build meaningful ones. And so we should be more mindful of making sure that things like mental health and physical health and personal well-being are put above achievements. And as a society, I think this attitude just needs to shift. And yes, that was my presentation. Thank you so much.
Oh, Natalie, that was so good. Um, and I like how you began with your something that you created, and that you then took it to the bigger problem. Very well done.
Yes, thank you so
So
much.
we're going to proceed to I'm going to ask now, Jafnavi Thakar, are you available to give your talk?
Yes, let
Did
me.
I say your name correctly?
It's pronounced John V.
Okay, you're in charge.
Let me share my screen. Mm.
And I believe you're in, what state are you in?
I'm in Texas, and I'm a high school student at Elkins High School.
Look at this. I just can't believe you high school students.
Okay, can everyone see my screen?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Hi everyone, my name is John V. Tucker, and today I'm presenting contemporary solutions for student anxiety and solitude. So, currently in our country, anxiety and loneliness is absolutely surging. So, before I present my solutions, I'm just going to go over some common causes, why it's important to find solutions for this issue, and then the proposed solutions I'd have. So 44% of high schoolers report depression symptoms, 63% of them have overwhelming anxiety, and 46% feel isolated. So currently, this is a common trend we see not just in high school, but in college as well. And additionally, mental health visits have surged 40% since 2019, overwhelming campus counseling centers. This crisis demands immediate, multifaceted intervention to prevent long-term consequences for an entire generation of students. So, why do we see so many teenagers struggling with anxiety, loneliness, and isolation right now? Well, specifically, there's four reasons, and this is kind of where I can come in and share some of my own personal experiences. Number one, academic pressure is intensifying. And personally, I can really attest to this because this past year I've been dealing with college applications, and I've also been living in a pretty concentrated area of a lot of competitive high schools. So I know myself, I know how it's been for this new generation of students. Right now, there is so much rising competition for college programs, which pushes students to maintain perfect GPAs while struggling in extracurriculars and internships. I remember specifically in my freshman and sophomore years, I was being told that I already wasn't doing enough. I didn't have enough volunteer hours, my GPA wasn't high enough, my test scores weren't high enough. And this was when I was just beginning my high school journey. So as we grow up and as we grow into our senior and junior years, this only intensifies, causing a lot of anxiety within these teenagers. We also live in a culture where social media is so prevalent. So all these people with incredible GPAs posting on their social media showing that they have incredible social lives pushes everyone to want to live that perfect life and post and document it as well. I also believe that the pandemic really impacted teenagers as well. For my grade specifically, it took away a lot of our fundamental middle school years. So between elementary and high school, you have middle school as a great way for you to kind of get over your awkward phase and really get settled into social interactions. And this pandemic really took away from that. I apologize for the sound. That's the garage in my house. And then also, we live in a constant economic right now in our country, there's constant economic instability, and it does cause financial stress and uncertainty between many individuals. So, what will ignoring student mental health do. This is the cost of inaction. Well, it causes declining student academic performance. It increases dropout rates because when support systems fail, a lot of students have a lower motivation to want to succeed, and it causes a lot of lost potential and productivity. So we need to take action now to be able to support these students. So my solutions are less of what you can do individually, but more of what institutions can do to support students. Because I believe that at the end of the day, when a student makes the effort to help themselves, but they don't have the environment around them to support themselves, it's going to fail. So you need to be able to have support from their peers, from their school, from the people around them to be able to have a better mental health atmosphere in all areas of life. So I have a little graphic that I found, and it kind of showcases this, that in order to have comprehensive support, you need peer support, you need social connection, you need campus programs, and you need digital tools, which I'll be going over in this presentation. So solution number one is peer support networks. So in my presentation, I'm going to be going over, I think it. Oh, I think I accidentally muted. One sec.
You're still muted.
I'm so sorry. I think my thing was glitching. Anyways, so I was going over solution one, peer support networks. So I think it's so important for students to be talking within their peers versus sometimes when you're placed with an adult and there's a barrier between the adult and the peer. This way, I've noticed that when I talk to my friends, or whether it's something that's like programmed, where you have a system where you kind of reach out to someone and you're matched with a trained peer, someone in your campus that's been through a situation that you've already been through, that can also be a great way for one-on-one peer interaction. Another solution I have is maybe campuses initiating with mental health apps. I've noticed that as a dancer myself, meditation and yoga really have helped me retain calm during a really stressful exam season. Or even my school has a crisis text line that have helped students when they've been struggling in the past. Now, it's not as advertised, and I've noticed that a lot of students also don't know about it. So I think it's super important for schools to be advertising this in the future as well. Continued digital access is super important in this generation because I know so many people are often hesitant to reach out to people because they're scared, because they're worried about what people might think. So sometimes, like, some people do prefer that digital access where they can log on to an app for meditation, for yoga, to kind of just be calm whenever they do have feelings of anxiety. Solution two, oh, it went ahead. Okay. Solution three is also campus wellness programs. I think it's so important to have wellness days, mental health breaks, mindfulness workshops and yoga classes, even therapy dogs and stress relief events across the school. Last week, my school had a therapy dogs event where I was really cramming for a test during my lunchtime, and my friends were like, oh, we should just go and relax in the library. So I was like, okay, I can maybe take a 20-minute break. And I remember just feeling so relieved and calm when I had this therapy dogs event. And when I went in for my test, I was way more relaxed than I would have been. And I think it's so important for institutions to be able to have these resources for students. I think it's so important to build community through shared spaces. Solution number four is social connection initiatives, whether it's study group sessions or structured club and activity fairs. Last year, my school held study group sessions for AP Week, where every day after school for 1 week, they would have two-hour sessions in the library where students can just come together and study. And I think it really helped coordinate times because there were so many groups of people that I didn't really know. And I remember there would be so much anxiety around this time where we'd think, "Oh, I'm going to fail. I don't really know what's going on. I don't know what to do." And it would just kind of, when you come together with a bunch of people you don't really know and you're cramming together, you're studying, it really helps build it really helps alleviate that stress, which I think is super important. And it kind of helps reduce that isolation as well. So when you compare traditional versus modern approaches, in a traditional model, when students are kind of struggling with anxiety in a school atmosphere, they're told to go to a therapist or it's one-on-one. And I think this does have barriers because sometimes you're paired with someone that might not know you really well. You don't know how to talk to them. There's a lot of issues in this traditional model. But when you have a modern integrated approach and you have students who prefer a more digital approach. You have peer-to-peer connection, you have school integrated social connection. It really helps uplift these students, which is what I believe is most important. So obviously, there are so many barriers that we still face, which could be persistent stigma, insufficient funding between schools, awareness gaps, and limited access. But I think that together we can still turn the tide. Every student deserves support, and these solutions exist in so many different forms. Now it's so important to handle them at scale. So our voice and action matter, and together we can build campuses where every student has the support that they need to thrive. Thank you, and this is my contact info.
I'll leave it. Yeah.
I think you're muted.
I love your presentation. I love your voice. Do people tell you that?
No, but thank you so much.
And your smile. I think you really, I could see you in a caring kind of profession.
Thank you so
What is your goal?
I want to study aerospace engineering in college.
Okay, well, you could care for your other astronauts,
Thank you.
okay? Because they need a lot of care in those little capsules. Okay? So
Yes.
let's given that we have time is of the essence, let us ask um let's ask Camilla, are you ready? Camilla, are you still with us? Are you still in the room, Camilla?
Yeah,
I see you
I
there.
think someone is still screen sharing.
Who's still screen sharing?
I'm
No.
sure.
Is someone still screen sharing? Okay, are you out?
Sorry?
Can you get on now, Camilla?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
That's okay.
Oh, I should. All right, can you guys see my screen now?
Yes.
All right. So my name's Camilla. I'm from New Jersey. I'm from an area around Seton Hall, where I believe one of the speakers said they went. I'm a junior in high school right now, and here is my presentation on what I think some solutions to high school student anxiety are. Um, just to give a little bit more information about who I am, I currently attend County Prep, which is in Jersey City. I'm getting my associates this May through the dual enrollment program offered at my high school. I founded a nonprofit and I've done some research, but what I want to emphasize with all these things that I've done is that more than anything, I would like to say that I'm very happy my sanity has been able to still be intact and that my happiness is still, prevalent through all the things that I do as a student. And I'm going to be discussing that a little bit today with each of my slides. So, from what I've observed through talking to peers, talking to other students my age, talking to um, people from across America who are in high school right now, I've noticed that there are three main things that kind of characterize stress in adolescent students. And I would say that the main three would be intrapersonal problems, interpersonal problems, and problems regarding the future. I feel like most high schoolers definitely struggle with the relationship they have with themselves because of all the things that we're forced to take on. We are forced to kind of figure out our lives and what we want to do with our lives before we can even get a chance to figure out ourselves, which I feel is very crazy and a very high expectation to put on people who are so young. I feel that this also is what kind of hinders the interpersonal problems that adolescents have, so relationships with others, that kind of stress that we get from all the things that come with attending high school, wanting to do all these amazing things with our future. Obviously, it's great to have these aspirations, but when these aspirations become anxieties, it impacts the way we think about our interactions with each other, the way we think about our interactions with the world, and the way we perceive the world. And then many, but not all, said that a lot of their stress comes from worries about their lives after high school, which I feel definitely college admissions has become something that stresses out a lot of students because of how competitive it is. But I'll continue to expand on that in my other slides. Great. So in terms of managing stress and self-doubts that come with being a high school student in America, seeing as I am a high school student in America, there are three main ways that stress impacts high school students: neurological impact, social impact, and altered learning. So this diagram here that I've showed, I use this because of my experience with learning and like, work in neuroscience, and that's what I'm passionate about. So I wanted to create a connection from that to this topic. This diagram I have here is of the default mode network, which is a system in your nervous system that essentially controls your ability to rest and relax, your ability to wind down. This is kind of the system that becomes activated when you're doing something you enjoy or that makes you happy, or overall that brings you peace and lets you relax. As you can see here, the prefrontal cortex is highlighted here, and the prefrontal cortex is extremely important to your development as a person, your development with emotional processing, with learning, and things of that sort. And as we go about our lives and as we obtain more stress than we need to go through, this area of our brain can begin to atrophy, or it can begin to develop more slowly. And this is, of course, negative because when our prefrontal cortex is not developing as it should, that hinders our development as a whole, seeing as this area of our brain called the frontal lobe is one of the most important for human development, especially during our years as adolescents. The frontal lobe during our years of adolescence, it develops a critical period for development of our personality, of the way we think, of the way we act, and overall, like I said, the way we perceive the world and interact with the world. And when we have all this excess stress, that is hindered. Next is the social impact. For anybody who might have taken a psychology class before or something with the social sciences, you might recognize this as being Maslow's hierarchy of needs. This pyramid essentially just describes things that we need to be able to fully realize our potential and to fully, reap the benefits of everything that comes with various aspects of our lives. At the bottom, we have needs of our physiology and needs for safety. But I would say that the most important in this pyramid, to get to the things that we want to do and to achieve our goals, is the part in the middle, describing love and belonging. This comes from our relationships with family and friends, the community we have, and overall various types of relationships that we're able to develop throughout our lives. Social connection has been proven to be an extremely important part of who we are and who we become, because social connection and the people that we surround ourselves with are what kind of can alter our perception of the world, whether that be for good or bad. And I feel, and in my experience especially, I feel that all the additional stress that might come with being a high school student at times in America, with the various things that might cause anxiety in high school students, I would definitely say that it hinders our ability to create social connections. Just because when you have all these things that you're trying to do at our age and you have all these aspirations and not enough time to achieve all of them because of everything that's going on, sometimes you might have to think that you might have to put social connection and fostering friendships and family connections aside to focus on the things that are stressing you, which I think is absolutely a terrible way of thinking, and we should never have to prioritize one over the other. But that does end up being the case a lot of the time, from what I've seen. And finally, altered learning. I've noticed that even though stress sometimes can lead to improvement of final grades and improvement of our motivation to study to get these better final grades, it of course can impact our body negatively in so many different ways. As you know, from when we have stress and when we have excess amount of stress that might come from academic settings and to further our academics, obviously this can increase anxiety and depressive symptoms. Because when we have all these things that are worrying us, you're constantly thinking about it, it's constantly just in the back of your mind, kind of being something that you worry about. And that can be very overwhelming, especially for people in the age range of adolescence. Here you'll also see that you have decreased sleep hours, and that of course can hinder your learning ability because when we don't have sleep, our nervous system is not able to properly regulate. during sleep hours, even though we are in a state of, sleeping and we're not necessarily awake. The time that we have for sleeping is what our body uses to kind of re-regulate itself and kind of to the same way that we need to take mental breaks while we're awake, sleeping is the time for your body to take its own break so that it can regulate itself and prepare itself for the next day, allowing you to take in information and learn things more efficiently. And when we have this increased amount of stress, even though it can lead to better final grades, it's definitely going to lead to lower grades in the long run because of all the sleep you're losing and it hindering your brain's ability to process information properly. I chose to highlight this quote from Arthur Brooks's From Strength to Strength, Success Addiction is a Modern Epidemic, because I feel that this is what kind of characterizes most students' reasons for wanting to chase this kind of academic high and chase the stress of having all these things to do. I feel a lot of people, I believe Natalie mentioned this in her presentation as well, but I feel that a lot of students in this day and age are more in love with the idea of being able to share their successes than the actual success itself in the process that it takes to get to that success. A lot of other speakers also mentioned that with the rise of different social medias like Instagram and LinkedIn, I feel LinkedIn is especially allowing this idea to foster, but more people my age are becoming very in touch with the idea of, oh, because I want to be successful, because I want to have something to share, and I want people to see that I am being successful. But success is not defined by people seeing the things you're doing. Success is defined by, are you reaching your goals? Are you reaching your goals how you want to reach them? What are you doing to get to your goals? And I feel that that kind of performative reach for success that comes with the actions of many high school students in this day and age is what kind of leads to this anxiety because it begins to make us lose the reason we have for why we even go about this success in the first place, and therefore contributing to the modern epidemic, as Brooks describes it.
Well, Camilla, what year are you in high school?
I'm a junior.
I think you're going to be a college professor.
Thank you.
Huh?
Thank you so
What
much.
do your teachers tell you?
Honestly don't get that many comments from my teachers. I usually don't have that many opportunities to present at school.
Wow, that's amazing. Well, you better start fighting for him, okay? I hope that the other people felt the same way. Now we're going to, I'm really serious. And everybody here who's making a presentation, as you know, we will be writing what do you call it? Recommendations for you on LinkedIn. Of course, you can write recommendation for me and for the foundation's work. That would also be wonderful. Now we have, as you know, Fatima Rasa will be now giving her presentation. But Camilla, please stay in touch.
I'm not done yet with my presentation.
Oh, look at me cutting you off.
It's okay.
Cutting me off with my big mouth. All right.
It's okay, don't worry. Moving on, some solutions that I've found that have helped me regulate my stress and the self-doubts that I have because of various anxieties that come with my work in school. In the long term, I feel that it's best to do things that correlate with what you're passionate about. If obviously, I feel like schools should not expect people, especially of such a young age as like 13 to 17. I feel like you don't need to know exactly what it is that you want to do to be successful. Obviously, if you do, that's amazing. And I feel that it definitely will help you get ahead in based on like the expectations of society for teenagers in this day. But if you don't know what you're passionate about yet, I feel that it's best to explore as much as you can, as early as you can, do as many things as you can that help you kind of have that outlet for discovery until you find exactly what it is you're passionate about. And when you know what you're passionate about, stick to it and don't just do things to make it, like something that can be able to pad your resume. At the end of the day, you're not gonna enjoy what you're doing. And what is the point of doing an activity that's gonna add to your resume if you don't enjoy it in the first place? I feel like. Know your limits. Don't push yourself extremely far beyond your limits. This further contributes to the stress that most high schoolers have. by attempting to pad your resume, as I said before, and by attempting to do things just to seem like you have so much more going for you than what you actually do, it's going to contribute to so much decrease of motivation in the long run. It's going to make you more tired. It's going to make you burn out more easily. And overall, it's just not beneficial whatsoever. And then making schedules for yourself or some kind of routine. I feel like this helps, especially even if you have a lack of motivation, when you have a schedule for yourself or a kind of routine that you know you can stick to or that you can rely on. This kind of decreases the decision fatigue that comes with doing so many things, regardless of why you do it. When you have a sort of routine, you don't have to think about doing it. You just know that you have that routine in place to help you achieve the things that you want to achieve. And then short-term things that you can do to decrease stress, organize your activities, making sure that you're, from day to day, you're organizing what you have to do. I find that things like Notion or Google Calendar really help with this because it gives me a visual of what exactly I'm doing on a daily basis and when I'm doing it, especially because I tend to kind of forget sometimes when I don't have that sort of visual. Like I said before, know your limits. Don't push yourself extremely far past your limits because it can and will definitely contribute to burnout. And then as when you have time to start balancing your school and your social life. Again, like I said, having friends, having family, having people you can talk to is an essential part of our lives and an essential part of our development. And when you don't have one, it creates hindrances on the rest of your life. I have a personal framework for anxiety that I wanted to share with you all that has really helped me to kind of identify what stresses me out and how I can deal with it. I call it talk. It's think, analyze, look, and know. So then think about the things that are stressing you out. What exactly is giving me stress? Why am I feeling the way that I feel? What is the source of all these negative feelings that I'm going through? And this can be in relation to an academic context. It can be in relation to other areas of your life. It can be honestly in relation to anything. This doesn't only have to be for school-related anxiety. Then analyze why exactly this creates stress. This can be, because you're not enjoying it. It can be because you're taking on too much. It can be for a variety of reasons, but finding the reason that this creates the stress is vital to dealing with it. Then look for people you have in your life that are looking to support you. I feel like, we all have families. We all have, even if it's not someone you would consider an extremely close friend or an extremely close relative, we all have people in our lives that, are at least somewhat there or that we somewhat see. And it's good to develop connections with these people, regardless of how close you already are to them or aren't. Because at the end of the day, having is vital to dealing with anxiety. And we should never rely only on ourselves to deal with the things we need to deal with. And it's always okay to reach out to someone else. And finally, knowing how to support yourself in moments where you don't have those people, finding ways to reinforce those positive feelings that will help you deal with anxiety. This can be through affirmation. If you are religious, I would highly recommend, using your belief in that higher power to support yourself and to support the things that support your fight against those negative feelings that are contributing to stress. But overall, finding a support system for the things that are stressing you out and knowing how to support yourself when you're going through the stress are very important to dealing with such anxieties. My solutions overall for academic related stress are creating more third spaces, changing how we approach adolescent problems, and dealing with what high school students fear the most, which I will get to in the next slide. Third spaces, I feel, are extremely important for adolescents because I feel in recent years there has become a huge gap in terms of social development between kind of the age before 12 versus the age before like 18, 19, or 20 years old. I really feel like, especially with changes in kind of pop culture and changes in societal beliefs about what teenagers should be doing, I feel that there's been a huge erasure in spaces that are safe for adolescents to have to develop themselves and to connect with other people who are still developing. So with the creation of third spaces, this is a third space, just to define it as well, is a space that is not work related or solely for yourself. It's kind of just a general space for for anybody to connect based on what kind of community you're going for connecting with. And I feel that the creation of third spaces will give teenagers a place to realize that I'm not alone in what I think, I'm not alone in what I feel, and the things that I'm feeling are valid. And through these connections that adolescents are able to have with other adolescents, I feel like that will definitely help decrease stress and overall contribute to the creation of more support systems for people like them. Changing how we approach adolescent problems is also a big one. I feel like many adults misunderstand the problems that, sorry, I feel like many adults misunderstand the problems that teenagers are actually having. I feel like many adults think that like, oh, all teenagers like to do is to like party and smoke and drink and to do all these negative things and they don't want anything to do they don't want to do anything good with their lives, which I'm not going to be here and say that that's not true. Obviously, there are teenagers who do enjoy doing those things and their life trajectory is going to be as it is for having those concentrations. However, it's important to recognize that that's not the sole focus of the lives of all teenagers. I feel like by being here, whether you're a presenter or a listener, it proves that you at least have some kind of aspiration for your life other than, doing the bare minimum with it. And I feel like more adults need to recognize that teenagers do have aspirations and that they are people, and that regardless of how they react to something or what they're feeling, they at the end of the day are just developing human beings, and we need to do more to support them other than to blame, phones or social media for the problems that they're having. Be more empathetic with teenagers and help them realize that the things they're going through are valid, like I said before, with the creation of third spaces. I feel like having adult figures to rely on is especially important, or I would say even more important than having adolescents to rely on because of the extensive life experience that adults will have in comparison to teenagers. And I feel like this will create further outlet for them to express their feelings. And finally, what many high school students fear the most, which I would say from observation, is applications to college. There are various factors that impact anxiety about acceptance to colleges. We have a few trigger words on the screen in relation to college, SAT, GPA, valedictorian or salutatorian, T20, Ivy League, ACT dual enrollment, AP IB classes. There are so many things that contribute to anxiety about college and that only add to the pressure that comes with being admitted to a college. And at the end of the day, these things do not define us as students. The college you go to does not define you as a student, nor does it define your aspirations. You could be at Harvard for, let's say, econ and not have a care in the world about your major or what you're doing. Or you could go to community college, but be extremely passionate about what you're majoring in. Because at the end of the day, your institution does not define you. Where you are accepted does not define you as a person, nor does it define the aspirations you have or the career you will have in the future. I want to highlight these two quotes. Um, I feel like this is a bit cliche, but also important to remember in the context of college admissions. Comparison is the thief of joy from President Theodore Roosevelt. A lot of people, especially with changes in what high school students are able to do and what they're able to be in modern day, when we begin to compare ourselves, not only does that change our self-perception and make us think more negatively about who we are, but that also emits a negative energy into the world and impacts what we're able to see in our lives in terms of the things we're able to do and things we're able to be. And it'll by impacting our thoughts and emitting that negative energy, our thoughts begin to change and become even more negative than they already are if you have anxiety. And with that, it limits the things that you think you're able to do or that you think you're capable of doing. Viktor Frankl also says in Man's Search for Meaning, those who have a why to live can bear with almost any how. Someone mentioned this in their presentation before. I believe it was Natalie again. But remembering why you want to do something and why you want to achieve a goal is the most vital thing to setting a goal or to having any kind of career aspiration or aspiration in general. Because if you don't know why it is that you want to do something, you are never going to feel the motivation that you need to do the thing you need to do to accomplish that greater goal. My key takeaways from this presentation, or overall, like the main things that I want people to take away from this, are to take time to get to know yourself, connect with the people in your life who can support you, and get in touch with your health. This is in reference to mental health and physical health. I feel like connecting with who you are and making sure you can connect with other people around you that support your development to get to the things that you want to get to and to achieve the goals that you want to achieve is the most vital part of success. And learning to define what success is for you outside of whatever college you get into or whatever opportunities you might get denied from. Learning to connect with yourself and be happy for the things that you have achieved rather than develops a kind of envy or jealousy for people who might have done something that you think is better than what you're doing. No person, in my opinion, and I feel like this should be a general life philosophy, not just mine. There is no one thing someone can do that takes away from who you are as a person or that can take away from your passion. And I feel like in the context of being in American high school, it's just extremely important to remember that because someone could be, I use this example, but again, someone could be in an ultimate position of power and not have a care in the world about what you're doing. But if you are passionate and you are happy with the things that are doing and they correlate with your passion, that is success and you are already successful. And again, knowing your why, building confidence in the things that you're doing and knowing where you're going. This is not to say knowing exactly like having a life plan laid out for the next 60 years of your life, but to know that what you are doing is having meaning. What you are doing means something to you, and through doing something that is meaningful to you, you are already successful. Thank you so much for having me. I know we're limited on time, but if anyone wants to reach out to me with any questions, here's my contact information. Feel free to take a screenshot.
Thank you so much, Camilla. And excuse me for interrupting your presentation, but I meant every word of it. And I am very, very pleased with all of the presentations today. And so let us hear now from Fatima Rasa.
Yeah, I'm so sorry about earlier. It was just like a time like difference and stuff like that.
Are
That's
you
why I
home
wasn't.
now?
Yeah, now I'm home now.
Okay. So please feel free to give us your best.
Share my screen. Um, okay. Let me see if it's sharing. Okay. Can you guys see my screen now?
Yes.
Okay, good. I'm sorry about that. Okay, so I'm gonna start presenting. Basically, I did the number 12, which is the contemporary solutions for student anxiety. The reason why I think they're like contemporary and not everything is like permanent is because anxiety is like kind of different for everyone, and so it really matters on like how to use. But this is just gonna be what's gonna be. Just to give like a little rundown of who I am, my name is Fatima Raza. Why anxiety is really like meaningful to me and stuff, is because as much as like, people that know me going in and talk to me, I have a lot of I know actually about pressure and stuff like
So stand by. We're going to try to get her back in the room. Just give her a couple minutes. Thank you for your patience. She is the final speaker, and it's been an extremely successful meeting. She is. Okay, Fatima.
It kicked me out. Are you there?
Go ahead, Fatima.
Oh, okay. Okay. As I was saying, so basically, as I was talking about this, let me just share my screen. Um, okay. So basically, what student anxiety is mostly about, people define it in like multiple different ways. Some might see it as like stress, like coming from a high school student, with like a bunch of work, especially like a lot of us, we either take or we do or both, and there's schools they do IE instead of English classes. So like some classes are available and it's like a lot of tests given. I know especially like I don't know if other people take AP Calculus like Calc 1 or Calc 2, but I personally take Calc 1, and as a senior I feel like that's one of my hardest classes so far that I'd be taking. Um and then other people might define it as make things new school products people asking people to deal with their stress and isolation. That's what we're all feeling, and so we just need to learn like how to get past it and like how to move on, and also to help others that we know like our friends to us. So there's some books like on the flyer sent out. I read actually like two of them, and so like three different like meanings I got out of that is find your group, which basically means like instead of just, like you like like networking, a lot of people like to network and build connections with other people. Create like, a social connection with each other. You need to like find your right group. They always say that your close environment is, and that's something I really believe because the people that you see yourself in that small circle of like 5 to 6 people, how you and how like, can define who you are to do. So I think like the core
Fatima? 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 Fatima, can you hear me? Well, what we're going to do is she's got bad signal, bad audio. So what we will do is send her presentation to you. Oh, there she is again. Fatima,
Yes.
just show your presentation. Don't worry about the audio because the audio is not working.
Okay. Is it working right now or no?
It is working very well now.
Okay. Um, okay. So basically, my presentation is one second. Let me just get it on. Excuse me.
Don't worry about these gaps. They can be edited.
Okay, like I'm so sorry about this.
No. Nothing to worry about. They can be edited. It looks like you worked extremely hard on it, so we want to hear it or read it.
Okay, now it's back. So let me share. Okay. Can you guys see my screen now?
Just a moment. Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, as I was saying, so obviously like finding your people and your small circle is like very, very important. And then second, meaning over grades. A lot of times, like I know even in my school, we always care about being valedictorian or salutatorian we have. And a lot of people like they judge each other like based on their GPA. And I like a lot of times in class and stuff, especially now as a senior, I hear a lot of people talk about like who has the higher GPA or who has the better grades. And in Viktor Frankl and the Arthur's book, they show that anxiety is what hits the hardest when we're just like grinding for a certain GPA. Not all schools do this, but I know personally like my school taking like, AP classes or like a dual enrollment classes actually boost your GPA. So that's just like mostly the reason why a lot of students in my school actually do that. And that's basically like sometimes it's a good thing if you know, like deal with it and know how to like make that as the main focus of it. But then there's other times where you need to like understand that GPA is not always what matters, and it's like the effort that you put in and like finding like a foundation into it. And sometimes it's like making a project or something out of it that you really care for, because I know sometimes there is people out there that do have like a low GPA, but outside of that they do projects and they do involvements that actually like help them. And I actually do have like a project that I have done. It's called the Rise Collective Movement, which I will show it in a minute. But I just want to say the third one is called the Cast It mindset. So we're constantly, as I was like saying before, we always like rank ourselves based on like, so if you are like a student council president, or if you're a president of a club, or if you've like achieved like the highest like grade or highest stats, people really like judge you off of that. And I feel like valuing people for who they are and now what they achieve is something like I quote from the book that is really like really important. That's something I took home with me too. Was it called, because usually when we judge a lot of people we stress more about it and then we start judging ourselves too. Because if you look at like for example person A that does student council, is president of a club, has won many titles and stuff like that, we usually judge people for that and we're like, oh my god, like we get stressed because we're like we don't achieve this stuff either. But then when we look into our real life we see that sometimes what we achieve is unique to who we are. And that's actually what I did today. We just came back from a competition and it's called HOSA. I think it was Natalie, she was talking about Model UN. I don't know if people know what HOSA is, but it's basically called Health Occupation Students of America. And it's like a career of medical fields that high school students and middle school students and university students actually, they get to compete in it. And they get to compete in like, there's over like 100 different medical fields that you're allowed to compete in. And I remember that I hit like a point of like anxiety and stress in that moment because I've been doing it for the past 4 years. And then last year, actually, I didn't place at states. I didn't place first place, but my freshman and my sophomore year, I kept placing first at states and then first at regionals. So I made it through all levels, and I actually made it through the international level, which was the highest level you can make it through. And I remember it was like my peak moment where junior year, I did not place at all. So I wasn't able to go to internationals, and it really made me sad. And I know a lot of my other friends actually got to go, and I very much like felt stressed about it because I feel like I didn't do good enough for who I am and everything. But then I realized like I'm not valuing myself based off like what I am doing right now, but what I have done, because I am one of the few people from our schools who actually like read internals. It's not to flex it, but it's just like to show that sometimes you got to take a step back and look at yourself and see who you are. But yeah, that's like one of the competitions we did. And then I wanted to talk about like the books that I have read. I know a lot of people have read the Atomic Habits book. I know it's a very popular book, but these two books are actually something that is very interesting to me because I read both of them. Mel Robbins actually has a podcast where she talked about her book, The Let Them Theory. So a lot of people are very, very quick to judge, and it causes a lot of like fear and nervousness and stress in other people. And I feel like when people judge, is more people take it as like they stress about themselves because someone else is judging them. But I feel it's more as they're jealous of who you are and from what you come from, and that's something I try to put in my head when people judge me. And she talks about how anxiety shrinks when you stop trying to control the world around you. So a lot of times people are looking around the world and seeing like what other people achieve or like how people talk down about them. And I know like in high school, especially since I'm a senior, a lot of times like rumors go around or people try to talk more about you or like talk down about you for like what you have done or something. And it's more so because they wish they were in your position or they wish they achieved the title you have. So if you learn how to let them think that you're weird. So when someone comes up to you and tell you, oh, you're weird, take it as more of a compliment and be like, thank you, because basically in reality, they're telling you you're unique and like no one else can be like you and they wish to be like you. So that's what basically like her book revolves around. It's that let them be upset if you set like a boundary to yourself. So by letting go of the need to control their reactions, you preserve your emotional energy. Like that's like a quote from her book of what I took. A lot of times like being emotionally with ourselves, I know a lot of times people are like, we quote unquote, they're more sensitive than others. So if you learn how to like calm down your nerves and not take everything that people say into a very sensitive part, your emotions will hide off, and that brings more confidence in yourself as well. And then second, the Atomic Book Habit. I really liked this book and it was really interesting. So if you guys haven't read these books, you should definitely read them. But in the book, the main focus they talk about is the small why stuff. Like, why do you do this or why do you achieve this? And in one of his parts in the book, he talks about how anxiety thrives on what if I fail. So a lot of people actually talk about what if and they don't say yet. So the point is when you talk to yourself, you're stressing yourself out by saying, what if I fail or what if I don't get this? But then if you tell yourself that, A, if I don't get this right now, I will get it not now, but yet I will get it later. So that's like something to also do with yourself, and it lowers down your stress and your anxiety. And I forgot who else was talking. They were talking about like peer to peer, so like having friends and everything. And that's something we actually like started in our school. We call it peer to peer. And I wanted to include, because I didn't include it here, but we went to actually in Ann Arbor, and there was a lady from Yale University who spoke out to us about the non-guided deep sleep rest, and it's something that you can do for 20 minutes. So I know we heard about people like love to journal or people like to write down their thoughts, talk to one of their close friends, and that's something else that she was talking about too, where you basically like just close your eyes and you go into it's not a sleep, but you go into a guided sleep where you just like rest your eyes and think about the good things you have done in your life and like how like unique you are to yourself and all. And basically, the books these suggest is that we solve anxiety not by fixing ourselves in isolation. I know a lot of times when people get anxiety or they stress a lot, they usually don't have like a connection with someone they can talk to. And so like a lot of us that are on here that giving speeches and stuff, I feel like we are amazing like leaders that we can go and we can be someone that people can trust to come talk to us and speak to us, because when people go into isolation, it actually like worsen them and they go into like depression and mental states. And obviously by not grounding our lives in a higher purpose and authentic community. So obviously community is really important. It's really important to me because I love to like be surrounded by my people and like have people I know to always count on. And then the biggest thing for me is how health and anxiety relate. So I personally am a very big fitness person. I love to like work out and like, exercise and teach people about how to exercise. And before I go into this, I want to show my nonprofit because that's what I actually started, because there's a lot of people actually, I'm the president of our lifting team, and a lot of girls I've known over the because I work out with more of the girls. I'm not just trying to make this about like girls. But a lot of the time they would like come up to me and they would tell me how they won't eat after they lift, which is not really good for your muscles and your body. And so they would be like the stress of like, peer pressure, because they need to stay, especially in the beauty standard. There's like a standard of a girl being skinny and not like, toning up or growing muscles. So that's something that they will always look to. And a lot of times like people that want to compete in college, they really don't know where to go after that, and they get really stressed about it and they don't have connections to build out of it. So my project was actually called the Rise Collective Movement. And I kind of started it, like, it's been in process for the past 2 years, but we've so far have gotten it public. But it's basically together we can inspire and create the change. Like that's the biggest motto of it, is where we can rise as like a community collectively with everyone, and then we can create like a bigger change for something. So like a little bit about it, because I don't want to like talk too much about it. But it's like a platform for especially the youth. We also do care about our seniors and like our elders, and we teach them about health and how to stay active, especially those that are in senior homes and stuff. Mostly our mission is like to inspire and empower the younger generation to pursue their goals by showcasing the stories of accomplished role models. So we like host virtual conferences and like speakers and like blogs. That's like something that we're still like trying to get into and stuff. But basically we do this where we actually have gotten like collegiate people to come speak. There is one person, I don't know a lot of people if they would know if you're not a fitness person. His name is Sam. He actually runs at Georgia University, University of Georgia, and he's won like many NCAA like titles and stuff. And then there's also a coach named Coach Sean Bronson, which he actually, for those who are like athletic or like big on running, if they know like NXN or the Lex and Leo people, they the Young family, he's actually the one who coached him, and he wrote a book about like how to coach and stuff, and like how to like recruit athletes and what young people should do in life. So that's basically why I created this platform, because I want to speak out to other kids that are still alone or don't know where to go, to like, there's a space where you can come and you connect with older people who can help you. A lot of times, especially like on our last conference, we had around over 200 people, and like young middle school, high school kids come and listen to our speakers that come and speak. And I remember like towards the end, a lot of them were talking about how they feel less stressed and they feel like they have a sense of place and someone to connect with that can help them out. So that was like one of the biggest like accomplishments that personally like I felt out of it. But continuing back on to like how health anxiety, the biggest thing is global health issues have been rising a lot in our like America, and especially in like the US. Like a lot of times there's a higher percentage in Americans being more obese. And yes, it does come from fast food, but you need to learn how to like also, there's an 80-20 rule where you basically you eat 80% healthy, and you like, you get to eat your like fun foods like candies, chips and snacks, and that's 20% of your thing. And there was actually like a research done where like 45% of the fat diet is compared to like an 11% like standard diet in animal models. So basically when you eat more of like a fat diet, so more junk and everything like that, that also includes to your anxiety and your stress, and it creates a molecular signature and like a sign signal to your frontal lobe of your brain, which that is the most part of our brain where we think, we react, and how we do everything. And so usually that has like a bad effect on our foods. And it's not to hate to people who eat fast food. Like I am a person, I love fast food too. But what's it called? Learning how to like also like make sure you eat yourself with whole and nutrient dense food. I feel like that's a big thing. And I actually like made that big change like a couple months ago when I started trying to eat more whole and nutrient dense food. And I saw how it has a big impact not on just like my physical health and being more strong and more like, athletic with my sports, but also helped me like mentally, because I saw how my brain felt more clear, quote unquote, and how I was able to think more and like feels higher. That I personally don't know about, but yeah, stuff like that. And it's not usually when I tell people like to eat more healthy and stuff, they think it's like eating like the more like expensive. Like I know Erewhon is like a very popular place right now that a lot of people like to like talk about, and they go and they make videos about it. But it's not always about like having the expensive food, but just like learning when you look at your plate that you are looking at stuff that are more colorful, like especially vegetables and fruits. I did a research about that, and I saw how 63% of Americans actually eat less vegetables and fruits, which affects our mood and our stress, and it leads to anxiety and depression and all this stuff. So that's something actually also to look at. And then there was a John Hopkins research paper, which I have the link here as well, that was conducted in 2025, I believe, like in January, I'm not really sure, but they basically asked around 19,000 US adults if they have experienced a mental health crisis in this past year. And young adults from the ages of 18 to 29. I know a lot of us are probably like still like 16 or 15. I know there's some universities in here too. But a lot of them reported that they had crisis at like a 15.1%, which people who are over 60 had it at 2.6%. So that means like a lot of the young people especially are the ones that experience mental health. And I feel like this comes from a lot of times like obviously anxiety and all that stuff, but it comes from like the stress that we put on ourselves. And they actually related this to like also nutrient and the way people eat as well. So that's why I included this in our slides. And the rates like this year in 2025 has been higher than any years so far. So that shows how like a lot of times it's being affected. So yeah, just like making sure that you like eat properly. That's like one like solution you could do. Because usually we think like the small things of like, talking to others and stuff is easy, but sometimes we don't realize that it might be like the way we eat or what we put in our body actually affects our mental health too. Because usually we think it just affects our physical.
Fatima, excuse me.
Yes.
Fatima, since
Yeah.
we're pretty over time by more than an hour, could you go through these slides slowly without reading
Okay.
them? And just so
Okay.
that
I just had one more slide to read if that was fine.
Oh, good.
Okay. Can I read about it too?
Yeah, we gotta. People are, they have other things now, so
Okay.
that's good. Read the next one.
Okay, so basically what I wanted to talk about last is social media. Social media is like a big implement, especially to us like youth people. We go on TikTok, Instagram and stuff. And I have like two people linked for like anyone that's struggling with like mental health or anything. Cross Novio, he actually started a project called Cambe where he talks about like mental health, and he's like a mental health advocate, which you can find him on Instagram, and you can always like DM him and ask him about stuff. But I actually talked to him about this too, and he's literally, his project is here to like empower mental health and make meaningful conversations and stuff. So that's one big thing. And then the Diary of the CEO, the Chris Williamson about how to fix your 2026. Whoever didn't watch it, I will say to like really, really watch it. Like it's a 2-hour long thing. You can put it in your ear and you can just like do whatever else you're doing, but it makes such a big difference. And I remember like after I watched it, I was like, wow, like I need to implement all this stuff into my life. So definitely watch those two if you ever like want to do it. They're both on Instagram, I believe. And then like other ideas is doing like a detox social media. So like making sure the people you follow are like people who you want to be followed, or they're making a difference in your life. And like, just like people just follow like random people here and there, and sometimes we don't realize that sometimes the people we follow affect us. And then obviously like working out, and I do like a monthly planning, so I plan out like my mental health days where I do self-cares and stuff. And then like community and school involvement, so obviously like I said, having like your close friend people, doing stuff within your community, it just keeps you like minded to yourself, and like your stress stays low. And then yeah, that's basically just to like, every moment doesn't have to be a perfect, and it's like something my like uncle always told me is to like go with the flow. So some days it's like not always our good days, we stress about it, and that's perfectly fine, but just know how to like handle that and take care of it, and like stay close to yourself. And then also like, as like we talk about like friends and peer pressure, one of the biggest things that one of my grandpa used to tell me is that make sure your friends that when you were poor and standing on the sidewalk with only a penny are the same people that when you're rich are with you at the same level. So yeah, make sure that the friends that are around you are the right people, because those are really what affects us the most. And that's basically it. So if you guys have any questions, if you guys ever want to like contact me, my Instagram and my email is out there too, but that's basically it.
So thank you so much. Please take a look at her contact information. So Fatima, that was a wonderful presentation, very, very full of all kinds of information that's important for us. And thank you everybody for being present in today's fourth virtual North American Student Congress. We will be sharing the Zoom share with you very soon. And in the future, we will be editing it. But right now, we're trying to raise money to do that. Should you know of any individuals or groups that would want to donate to the foundation, please have them do so. We don't need large donations, but we need donations in order to be able to edit what we have created. And so once again, thank you to everyone who has participated. Please, when you do get the share of the event, please share it with as many classmates and friends and relatives as possible, and your professors. So for that, have a great day and take care from the North American Educational Initiatives Foundation in Houston. You did a great job. Excellent work.